Okay, we are live,
Oh, shoot.
and your mics are live now. Yay! All right,
Oh,
we're all
okay.
here. All right, so news update for the stream due to some IRL stuff that not all of us are privy to. Isaiah has, stepped out of the game, at least temporarily. We don't know the details. So Samal will have joined the wind and just blown away.
Gone with the Wind.
Yeah, kind of like a force ghost. She was there and now she's not. So that's gonna be the easy way we write that out for now. She can come back. Maybe he'll come back and play a different character. It's up to him. So it is the three amigos currently until we have any other developments. John, you have any other questions besides how is everyone's day going?
No, I'm good. I'm
Okay.
ready to get started.
Okay.
It's been like 3 weeks.
Okay. It's 2 weeks counting the 6 days, or 2 weeks plus 6 days counting the, time from last session to the next session. But yeah, this is what moving does to a person. It's like, nah, I can't play right now.
Hey, I moved.
You moved, yes, but there were times when you were late and you didn't have computer problems. And you also weren't trying to run the game.
True. Running the game is a big deal because I was still playing even with just my phone.
Yeah. All right, so pull up your character sheets, tighten your belts. All right. I have my energy drink is gone. Spend a moment, organize some space on my desk here. Because I have like 3 cups from DoorDash that are just taking up space. Sorry. Give me a second. I have been, spending all week not cleaning with the plan that, once I hit tonight after the game, everything's going to get cleaned up. So, just. Also, I bought a new battery for my computer, so we should not have issues in the near future. I'm going to be doing some surgery on this poor deer soon. So. All right. I have space. I have room to think. Updates are still in the work, guys, just FYI.
Wait, what?
Updates for the board game are still in the works. Once we get done with this chapter, I'm going to drop those updates, and they're going to be some massive ones if I can get all the work done. It's going to change the way classes work. It's going to change the way characters work. Yeah, it's going to be good.
That would be why you're waiting to drop that, then.
Yeah, it's going to drop at the beginning of the chapter. So, anyway, when last we left off, you guys had gotten the cutscene with the Anashari and the black dragon. Basically letting you guys know outside of the story that the dragon's horn that you had, the legendary crafting item, has actually been passed off to some unknown force by the Anashari. And apparently, there is a group of brothers that are dragons. That the one, who's the Anashari cult, serves, is handing off this legendary crafting item to his brother via his servants.
So I'm gonna go steal it.
I mean, yeah. You can hope
Isn't
and
that
pray.
metagaming? And quick question. Hey, that reminds me. Okay, this
Mhm.
isn't going to be anything related to what happened last time that you would give us a warning before we did do something similar with Eric.
No, I will not. This is not a situation where I can warn you where it's like, okay, this is having this does have world-based consequences, but due to the nature that it's not going to end the campaign, just modify the outcomes and how we get there, that's going to stay in place. Otherwise, I would have, enforced the warning more before I'm like, hey, are you sure you don't want to give up your girlfriend for one night for them to do strange cultic things to? Or, go buy a slave at the market? No.
Honestly, I think it'd be really funny to have Isaiah been role playing that. That would.
There's no role playing. She can't control her.
Well, I would still have,
He can role play.
unfolded the scene.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It would have been character development. Unlike when we, had your, fade to black the other night, John.
It's okay. It didn't fade black in my mind.
Yeah. Well, while we're doing recap, speaking of, I am going to be dropping, as per John's suggestion a few months ago, before the beginning of the second chapter, a character comfort list. Basically, I'm going to have each of you fill out a PDF document and then message it back to me. Basically dictating what you guys are comfortable with, as far as bad guys doing bad things, characters doing things, all the different things you're comfortable with in game, at least being role played out. Just simply because I want to make sure that everyone's comfortable at the table. If there's something, and I'm not going to share these with everybody in the group. I'm going to use them for personal review, so I know what my limits are, and then I will just run the game that way moving forward. So
I don't have any limits, so
yeah, I kind of figured that already.
Neither do I. I know some of the stuff that I do could be uncomfortable for others.
Yeah.
So I was just making sure that I wouldn't, cross the line on someone else's stuff.
Well, that being said, this is already rated not for kids on my live stream. So I don't think we're going to have any problems with, kids' accounts coming and logging in. And, oh, no, there's a horrific orgy scene. So I'm not too terrified about that. Granted, it's going to be awkward for me to roleplay it, but I've gotten over role-playing female characters. So,
yeah.
So,
I mean, yeah.
But yeah.
And I've watched Sword Art Online twice, so...
Yeah, there's some stuff on there.
Yeah, there's definitely some stuff on there.
Especially the second one. That was rough.
All of them actually. There's some stuff that's just like I would never have say my kids watch this until they were like 18 at least.
Believe it or not, when I was a kid, like when I was when Sword Art Online was just coming out, in order to share it with my brothers and sisters who weren't watching or who weren't allowed to watch adult things, I actually went back through and re-edited and recut the entire series of season 1 and 2.
That's good.
Flawlessly, so that, lips were synced up, music would fade in and out properly. I cut every adult reference and bad joke out of that entire show so that my little brothers and sisters could watch it without getting me in trouble. It was amazing, and I cannot believe to this day that I didn't save those files because the cuts were amazing.
Well, that's good for you, trying to share stuff that you enjoy. Good for you.
So anyway, so those sheets will be dropping soon, and like I said, you can just private message me back the results, and with your checks and everything on it to make sure I've got the right parameters to run the game with. Also, any new characters rejoining or coming back into the campaign will be filling out the same sheets. So if you notice, things change in how I'm running the game slightly, that's probably why. Also, just a heads up, the campaign theme does have a lot to do with racism. So that's one thing that's not really going to get cut a lot of. I may hold back on, persecution scenes like I did at the entrance to the Leanne country, where they, beat somebody up for what race they were and drag them away into arms. I might hold back on those, but the overall themes I won't be able to change because of the nature of the campaign.
The only thing I would have a problem with, like on the checklist, I'm going to write a new blank that's not there.
Mm-hmm.
Panzer dying.
You wish.
Are you saying that you're
Hey,
gonna kill Pandra then?
Well, it's not a guarantee.
let's just put it this way: if does something self-destructive, it's on him. It's not on Joey.
Yeah. Now, granted, I still stand by my promise to try to keep you guys alive, but if you're an absolute stupid idiot and you're like, this is what my character would do, I'm going to give you that warning, like, hey, this could really end bad for you. Just saying.
Proceeds to build
If you
another
have to
character.
write up a new character and I have to alter the course of the campaign and how things work out because you have to come in with a new character, that's okay. I'll work with it. I can roll with the punches, but I'm trying not to kill you guys. I'm trying to
Actively.
evolve an awesome story for you. So other than that, I think I can go back into story recap. Thank God I can feel my energy drink kicking in now. So this is good. All right. So once you guys got the end of the cutscene, you guys had your night of rest, and you went back to the castle to begin your interviews. You were almost late, but you managed to get there on time. And you had your first interview with Alafstein, who, upon Panzer's comments, said that she seemed well suited for life in Zeketh, considering that she already enjoyed
The arena.
Oh, thank you, Ezra. You could have just typed that in game, but thank you for so I can go ahead and edit that, because if I had not noticed that someone was watching on YouTube, I would have never made the correlation.
Oh,
Give
good
me a
call.
second.
Yeah.
Just
Would you like me to spam all the chats for you?
Yeah. Okay. Here.
No, I literally was just like, I don't know, just fidgeting around, like opening and closing tabs, and all of a sudden I look, because I'm subscribed to your channel, I'm like, wait a minute.
Princesses and Proposals will be the update to the live stream name. Hopefully that will come through here in the next 5 minutes. If not, I'll have to go back and update it later.
Sounds good.
So, where was I? You guys got done with that interview, and you were escorted to meet the second interview of the morning. At which point you guys are brought into this sitting room. There are guards in the corners. Granted, this has a very Queen of Hearts kind of vibe to it, but there are limits to what I can find for sitting rooms for some of these things. So that is why, this room has a Queen of Hearts theme. But you are sitting and waiting in the room when a princess enters and you recognize Aethelradia. Aethelradia is the eldest of the children of Leanne, and that is why she has been brought to you. She sits down. She has her armed guards stand watch in the corner. And she looks at each of you. You guys get a very authoritative feel from her, like she's in charge of the room and in charge of the situation. She looks at each of you. I want each of you to roll a charisma check for me.
Okay.
My worst stat ever. I'm kidding.
Okay, Carl's charisma check. Standard roll 13. Okay.
Sorry, my stuff's a little different now. Trying to figure it out.
Skygazer 21. How did yours change, John? Did you
I
go
have
in and
no
edit it
idea.
or something?
No, I didn't.
Okay. I'll pull up your character sheet and see what the heck's up.
Just when I hit Panzer, it just looks different.
Oh, the formatting has gone away. Yeah, the formatting for the character sheet's gone away. Attributes and abilities. Well, dark mode, all of your stuff is still there. But your main page, the bio and info, all the formatting has gone away from the character sheet. That's odd.
Oh, yeah. I was
Alright.
wondering why it looked so awkward.
That must be something
Oh.
to do with the update that they just dropped. It's okay.
What's going on?
If it
It looks like they expanded it. Like, it's wider, like,
Yeah,
drastically, basically.
the formatting that was originally put in for the character sheets on the main one is gone. So hopefully I can get back in touch with my friend up north who's going to do some HTTP or HTML, whatever formatting and stuff for us on C++.
It would be HTML.
Well, with the two of them put together or whatever, and make us
Yeah.
custom character sheets. All right, moving back to charisma checks. Panzer was a standard check of 13. Skygazer with a standard check of 21, and Carl with a okay. Well, she looks at Skygazer of the three of you because yours is the highest, and she says, "Well, shall we begin?"
I do believe that would be a wise idea. Yes, let's go ahead and start.
Very well. I will answer your questions, and then I have my own words to say depending on how our conversation goes.
Very well. Okay.
Now, I just because the princess has addressed Skygazer does not mean the other two of you cannot speak. I'm just telling you that's out of the game. She has just identified who she observes to be the leader of the party due to his charismatic standing.
As I'm going up to this couch-looking thing, I kind of look at the pillows and I'm like, yeah, this isn't gonna work. And I just kind of like scoot them out of the way. Just and then I sit down very carefully, not trying to break it.
Go ahead and roll a dexterity check for me. Standard
12.
check. Okay, 12. You hear the creak of wood, and you don't see any visible damage, but you hear ting, ting, tang as you sit down.
As soon as I hear the first ting, I'm like, nope.
So you're just kind of crouched on your ankles. Your weight is not entirely put on the couch.
Sorry about your couch.
It's inconsequential.
Okay, cool. And I just put all my weight on it.
Scrunch is just you see the wooden board across the bottom front. It just splinters, cracks right up the middle.
Am I comfortable?
Yes.
At least it's comfortable. Well, good morning to you, Princess. We'll try to make this as painless as possible.
I would prefer Your Majesty if that's all right with you.
Well, in that case,
Modesty, and I kind of like tighten my coat a little bit. So, goodness. What was our question? Right.
I will also state, for the sake of characters, If you guys find yourself in need of advice or whatever, I'm also gonna pull in Hutan. Why do I
Okay.
not have him in the list of characters? This is terrible.
I don't know. I keep looking him up.
I'm
I'm like,
gonna have
"What's his
to add
name
him.
again?"
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah.
He's way on the back of list of
Oh, that would be one.
characters. Oh man, he's way down there. He was before Santa Claus.
Yeah.
So Hutan, there we go.
While Santa takes precedence over him. Okay.
Santa was added after Hutan, so that's why. Okay.
Oh, that makes sense.
I need to make room. No offense, Carl. There we go. There. You look bigger now,
Okay.
Panther.
That seems more to like, actually.
Okay, so if you guys need to stop and like ask the DM, hey, what kind of, if you're not feeling skilled at politics or whatever, we can say that you asked Hutan afterwards or lean over to him and, talk to him and ask advice and stuff. And
Right.
we can do that.
So
Anyways.
how do you feel about the arrangement?
I consider it a waste of time.
Okay. So, why would you feel this arrangement is a whole waste of time, Your Majesty?
Well, you might not be entirely familiar as to what the eldest of the family has done. So let me put it into a good perspective for you. I command about 5 legions of extremely well-trained soldiers, cavalry, and archers. I have spent my last 500 years settling internal civil disputes amongst my people, and I command a force with the utmost respect and eliteness of skill. This whole arranged marriage is a waste of time trying to solve things that a few good months of siege could fix. And the idea of an elf marrying a human, beyond being comical, is
Well, I
laughable.
wasn't around the time, but there's been plenty of wars against elves and humans and whatnot. And I believe the last time it was a tie.
Technically speaking, no, it wasn't. The last war happened approximately 8,000 to 10,000 years ago. We're not entirely sure. Our records aren't exactly the greatest. But no, a majority of our people were actually taken slave by the humans that you now represent. And that is why we are still to this day trying to overcome the terrible picturesque situation when half human elves are born.
So you want to go war again?
I think considering the amount of time that has passed and how our numbers have grown and how we have trained would definitely give us a much better advantage.
And out of game, what kind of elf is she?
She is a common elf. Granted, all of these various different sisters may have fades in skin tone, but you get the idea that King Lian has had his line of wives, plural.
Right.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the high elves?
They are distant cousins. They control a large majority of the world's land mass, and left alone to themselves, they have begun to prosper. Quite well, I might add.
How do you feel about them? You gave a general. How do you feel about them?
I see them with a mode of respect. Their military might is unsurpassed only by ours.
Let me ask you this, Your Majesty. Concerning Zeketh, let's say hypothetically that you were selected for this arranged marriage, and let's say again hypothetically you had to go then to Zeketh and get married. How would you handle that situation, and what would you do with the power to rule Zeketh at your fingertips? To an extent, of course.
Well, first off, let's say that the only reason I'm sitting here in this room is because my father has compelled me to do so. But between the rest of us, he knows that the military is a majority, at least, loyal to me. And if he would try to force me to go and marry a man, let alone a non-elf, he would have to first deal with a civil war, which I would most likely win.
Mm-hmm.
So don't push your luck.
Oh, don't worry. I have no intention of doing that. I was just curious.
What was your question,
I do.
my lady?
Where do your loyalties truly lie?
Myself.
She looks at each of you, waiting for each of you to answer the question.
My loyalty is to my family, and not necessarily to any one country.
I know you're playing Ark in the background, Carl, but this is a time when you need to be paying attention.
I am. I'm just not talking.
It's your turn to answer the question.
The last one.
Let the dinosaur eat grass for 5 minutes.
No,
I'm
better.
trying
Let
not
them
to
eat
get
cake.
eaten by an alligator right now.
Oh, okay.
That sounds entertaining. Where do your loyalties lie? The alligator's eating me.
Everyone
Just
looks at
Oliver in the
Panzer.
background, Lily pulling on him while some other lizard man is slowly trying to devour him from the feet first.
Oh my god.
There's food right next to Oliver, and it looks like I'm about to eat Oliver.
Oh man. I don't per se pledge my loyalty to any country.
I guess your religion, correct?
Yeah. Be the closest thing.
Well,
And Hutan?
my loyalty is to Zeketh first.
We knew the answer. I just wanted you to feel like you were in here.
Next to your mass, it is, hard to get out from under your shadow, but still. Brushes a few crumbs off of his shoulder as you're, spraying crackers.
Oh my
There's like
God.
apple peel.
Hey, Oliver, do you need an umbrella for that?
You already look, and Lily is already sitting here holding a parasol over him.
Oh man.
She looks at you. She
Well-
looks at you like, I'm not here. Apparently.
I'm sorry, Lily.
Was there any other questions that you had?
None. At least we all know where we stand.
Correct. It's been a pleasure. But I see where this conversation is going.
Quite.
You have a lovely evening.
You as well. She gets up and she leaves. Now, for the sake of, I'm gonna have most of the interviews in this room because it's
Yes,
it's a little bit of extra work to constantly change scenes.
So, are they?
Right.
Are we going to each room, or are they coming to us now?
Coming to us.
For the
Oh,
most
like,
part, they're
how many-
being sent to you.
Okay, I was like, how many benches and stuff do I have to break?
11 more. 11.
Okay.
Well, the first one I didn't break because it was actual people holding me up.
Okay, I apologize, guys.
Oh, true.
But I have to step away for about 3 to 5 minutes. I apologize.
Okay.
All right, this is our break.
No, this is the first in a short, quick water breaks.
Oh, well, that makes sense. I'll be right. No.
Almost. I've been
I
killing
mean,
alligators and make it go faster. At first, I was using just
right.
fucking. You get the fuck away from him. Get the fuck away from him. That's what I thought. No hitting him.
Read.
Did it hit him? No, he didn't. Okay, we're good. Why did my pterodactyl go all the way the fuck over there?
You can fly.
Well, I kind of want him
I
near
don't
me and
know.
something tries to jump me.
Oh, fair point. But still.
Especially those big ass fucking crabs over there. Granted, I'll see
Mm,
them from a mile away if they come towards me because they're fucking slow. But
right. They're giant crabs, though. You don't want to take that risk, right?
bitch, those things are a pain in the ass to kill. When I get this Spino, though, I'll probably be able to fight them. Also,
Who?
hey John, I found the best way to get narcotics at low level, at least on Val.
What?
For the meat or the berries?
What?
For the meat or berries?
No, it's those you know those red mushrooms you told me to stay the fuck away from, which
The
they do
ones
make you go
hallucinate,
hallucinate.
throw up? Yeah.
If you are
Oh,
careful and you have a sickle and you use the sickle on them, they give you a shit ton of like narcotic mushrooms, and I mean a
Oh,
shit ton.
really?
Yeah.
And you can make narcotics out of those.
Yes.
Interesting.
I
Yeah.
saw that, and I
Huh.
was like, I was just waiting here, but next to the Spino, there's just a whole bunch of me. I was like, you know, I'm gonna try this.
Good to know.
Yeah, like shit. I just a minute of harvesting, I have like 200-300 of those mushrooms with a basic sickle,
Nice.
and yeah, you can make a lot of narcotics.
Is it how many per narcotic
Um,
or per mushroom?
oh, it's the same amount for the berries. I can't remember.
Oh, okay. So like 6 berries or
I
6
think it's
mushrooms equals
something
a
like that.
narcotic.
Yeah.
So do
Oh
you
my
still
god,
need
he's
rotten meat?
yeah. You still need rotten meat.
Oh, okay.
Oh, finally, the motherfucker's tamed.
Oh, what'd you get?
The Spino.
Nice.
The pain in the ass. Okay, you get in. Yeah, I just made me a cryopod too, so it's really that's the only way I can get him up to the top of the to the top level.
How'd you get a cryopod already?
Oh, I'm like level. Yeah, I'm level 71 now.
I have returned.
I was a lot higher when I got off last night. Apparently, I think I might have put the XP thing a little too high, but I don't care.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Spino settle.
We good?
Yeah.
Okay.
yes, totally.
All right.
We're all
So
totally fine.
after she leaves the room, Hutan leans over to the rest of you, or I should say, he kind of adjusts his seating towards the rest of you, and he says, "That went about as good as I anticipated."
Sorry, I didn't see it going anywhere.
Well, my previous intelligence on her said that she was a little bit more aggressive for one of Leanne's daughters.
Yes.
I take it she just walked up.
Yep. Guards come in and greet another one, or bring in yet another one of the princesses. This is Ada, or Adea. Adea. She's announced a few minutes before you come in, and Hutan she's announced like a minute or two before she actually comes in. And Hutan leans over to each of you, says, Aida is not exactly the best option for us, but I will leave it up to your opinions. She's known as being extremely religious.
Aren't we all extremely religious to a certain extent?
I am a
Are we
scientist.
talking?
I am a scientist myself, but
Oh, well,
Well, then your religion would be science.
thank you.
just gives you a disdainful look.
I think I heard something called Scientology once.
Yes.
Adea does enter the room. She's dressed modestly, though her portrait does not exactly display that.
No.
I was limited on character portraits, okay? She does wear a religious mark on her forehead. You'll notice a mark with 3 marks. You'll notice that it aligns itself with a trichotomy. The standing national religion of Zacolia.
Well, this is gonna be interesting.
But she go ahead and roll observance checks. The 3 of you, Panzer. Actually, all 3 of you had advantage on these observance checks, so go ahead and take the skilled checks.
Wow, you just had to say that.
11 for wait a minute. 11 for Panzer. Did you roll yet, Skygazer?
Yes, I rolled
Okay,
an 8.
so the 8. Carl, did you roll? I don't think you've rolled.
Oh, I haven't rolled.
Observance with advantage. 22.
Oh, come on.
Okay. The other 2 of you don't notice anything because it's below 13. But Carl, you can smell a scent of iron coming off of her as well.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's awkward.
Yes. It's that strange blood iron kind of scent, in case you weren't getting the hints.
Yeah, roll Constitution there, Carl.
It's not a visual. It's not a visual, so I'm not making you roll the for fainting. But she does leave you with a level of discomfort.
Oh.
Yeah.
Lovely.
But she sits down.
Out
Go ahead.
of game, real quick.
Yeah.
When am I in the church?
You are an acolyte of the church per se. But not necessarily a public part of it. You don't hold any public office or anything that anyone would recognize per se.
Champion, right?
Yeah, you are a champion of light per se, champion of darkness. It's up in the air, and it's not a public position.
Oh, okay.
It's not one that's made known to the general populace. So just an FYI, revealing your standing with the Shards of Death, probably not a good strategic move.
Okay.
Just an FYI. You're still free to do whatever the heck you want.
Don't I always?
I don't know how that goes.
Anyway, she sits down, helps herself to a sprig of grapes from the dish, and
They're gone.
has another dish brought in.
Right.
Yeah. But well, I'm here for my interview.
Yes.
What would you like to know?
Princess?
Well, what are your thoughts on this whole marriage proposal? This whole arranged marriage with Zeketh?
Well, I had I had intended to remain celibate for the rest of my life and serve the church and the greater good and God of all. But if my father would compel it so, I believe that would be an adequate form of service to the greater good, I think.
Mm-hmm. I see. Well then,
So, do you go to the church down the street?
I have visited the chapel on occasion, yes.
Okay. As do I.
It is a good place to go and recenter oneself.
Yes.
It also helps to remit any carnal desires that try to overcome one's being.
So,
tell me, Princess, do you have any thoughts on Zekis itself? Um, any worries or concerns? Or are you
Well,
just kind of...
it does seem like quite a wicked state, if you ask me. The slavery
Oh,
is
really?
the slavery is abominable. The outlawing of religion is atrocious. And the enhanced suffering and over exemplification of science and the wonder of man and their knowledge has left some reverence to be lacking.
what would you do as queen there?
I would try to reinstate religion, open up people's minds to faith once again, and restore humanity to its more goodness, or restore their humanity.
Hmm.
Do you have any questions?
What of this prince? Does he hold any secret faith? Is he good? Is he just?
Uh,
He is a fighter. I do know that.
Hmm.
Me and him will
Hutan,
spar when I
uh,
get back.
Hutan, you might be able to answer this one better than most of us would.
As far as the prince is concerned, he has had some inquisitiveness towards religious beliefs, but due to the state of the public and the laws of the country, he has not made any radical advancements, as you are well known for. He is extremely skilled as a warrior, fighter, hunter, and is ready to do his duty for the greater good of the country and its people. He's also a bit of an artist, though he would never tell anyone but a few close friends. I say that to you in confidence.
You got it.
Panzer takes up finger painting with blood.
I dabble in art myself.
This piece over here, that piece over there. Look, it makes a heart.
Still beating.
Ah, yes.
Bump, bump, bump.
Yes. I do remember. I have dabbled in artwork myself, though it usually involves my signature, and it's usually on people's backside of their pants. So I think I said too much. I'm gonna see myself out now.
Just gets up and walks out. She blushes ever so slightly at mentioning the backside of someone's pants and leaving your signature on it.
Do forgive him. I apologize.
So we're just gonna delete you from the room for the time being.
What is Hutan's face?
Just putting the arch of his nose in between his fingertips and just massaging it, questioning the wisdom of his king at the same time he doesn't want to question the wisdom of his king.
We have a large group, and we're all a little different.
There's Lily.
There. Felt that she should
That's
be
better.
included.
Well,
I was gonna say, it's like,
Go ahead. Go ahead. Hello?
Ezra?
Oh.
What? I'm not even in the room right
You
now.
started
Oh.
you started speaking and then you stopped, and so
I was confused. Okay. Well, I don't have any other questions. Hutan? Cough.
no, I'm sorry. I was recentering myself against the motives of murder. No, I think our interview has been adequate, unless you have anything you wish to add, Oliver.
Oh no.
It's quietly burying his eyes behind a book.
Pretty much.
That sounds
we don't
about
wanna
right.
Well, we don't want to take too much of your time, Princess. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you for your kind conversation.
Short but sweet.
She gives up and leaves. She had to think for a moment to decide what, she had to think for a moment.
I could look for
To come,
Skygazer.
she okay. In the break in between interviews, you enter the halls outside. Skygazer, where have you gone?
I was on my way. I was just waiting outside the door waiting for her to leave.
Okay,
That's all.
just around a pillar, see her leave.
Yeah. And then I just kind of sneak back in right behind her.
You just run into the brick wall of me as you go back in.
Oh wait.
Yo.
What is this marble statue? Oh, those are abs.
Oh. Oh my word. Oh. Your steely abs behind your steely scales pants are ow. Ugh.
You have to
I
adjust.
need to be careful that I need to be careful I don't lick any of my own blood right now. That's gonna be ugh.
You have to adjust your nose back into position.
Here, I'm a doctor.
Yeah.
I got you.
Oh.
Pull out a handkerchief out of my. Go sit down. Pull a handkerchief out of my bag and I kind of put it over my nose. I think my nose is bleeding, guys.
Suddenly sprouts wings.
In and out, in and out, in and out. Kind of just fading.
How long do these last again?
I think a minute.
10 minutes.
I mean, you can voluntarily retract them.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do that. I mean, they'd be feathery. They would need the feathery wings at least. And
leave
they
a,
mistake me for an angel.
leave a couple, random feathers laying on the floor.
At this point, I kind of look at Hutan. Quick question: why did he choose us? We're kind of a little different.
Well, you did have the ear of the king, and he respects difference. And then again, he does not confide everything in me. He has an eye of wisdom beyond the apparent.
I mean, did you know me and him fought side by side?
I heard rumors.
He's a good fighter too.
He is.
I respect him for that too.
Anyways.
Bring on the next princess.
Just clapping your hands. Bring in the next one.
Big blow it says.
Oh no.
Wait, what?
Elsa.
Why did you?
Oh,
you,
no.
you shrank there.
Yeah, there we go.
The next girl that comes in, let's see here. She is introduced as Princess Awendango.
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 Okay.
She sits down and looking at each of you, she just, for refreshments are brought in every time they're emptied, but she just kind of slides the food across the table to Panzer. And she has a small little bundle wrapped up, and she unfolds it, and there are 2 books within it. One she hands off to you, Oliver.
Oh.
And its title is The Advanced Guide to Cryogenics.
Ooh.
Oh.
And hands off a second book to you, Skygazer.
Okay.
It is a record of fiends and devils. Both of you may react. It seems as if she's known ahead of time what each of you were interested in.
Golly,
It would appear so.
I think it stopped.
The Book of Devils and Fiends will give you advantage in identifying creatures and or information about dark dealings of such types of creatures, Skygazer.
Okay.
Might want to add that to your inventory notes.
That's, yeah.
The Advanced Guide to Cryogenics. It gives you advantage on crafting anything with the cold trait and advantage on the history of preservation of corpses via cold.
Interesting.
Huh.
Thank you.
I
You
thought it
seem
might
to
be
know
helpful.
us pretty well.
I have a reputation for knowing people.
So you know my background?
A little. Not everything. But I do get hints about each of you.
Would I be correct in assuming that you have an eye for identifying certain characteristics in people?
Not necessarily. It's more of a primordial key or insight. And you get a very what's her name? Luna Lovegood kind of feel. She's kind of there, but she's kind of spacey at the same time.
So she's kind of like an oracle almost, but not. She's kind of in that weird middle ground then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, how do
I
you
see.
feel about the marriage?
I think the prince could be a suitable husband. But at the same time, it would be kind of disappointing to only have a fraction of time of my life to spend with one man before I'm left alone again. To be a
Children will
grandmother
help
to
with that.
well, to be a grandmother to generations can be a blessing and a curse at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, throughout the generations, I would be forgotten and I would be alone.
essentially a figurehead that exists, but only behind the scenes.
Kind of a sad existence, if you ask me.
Yes, I would not disagree with you on that one.
I will never be alone again.
Each of you roll an observance check.
Hmm.
Skygazer with 11. Panzer with 11.
No advantage this time?
Carl, no advantage. 17. That's 4.
Hope you didn't just hear the fucking train right behind me go off.
I'm just
No,
gonna use a
actually.
basic character sheet for this
I'm
one.
surprised. Holy shit.
Well, your mic didn't pick it up, so that at least.
That's nice.
All right, archive, game rules. There it is. Basic character sheet. Let's say 5, and then roll. I want to see. Oh, this is the wrong one. Stealth. No, that needs to be a 5 for an average. Gotta re-roll that. That is a 16. Okay.
And Carl had a 17.
Yeah. Personal insight for you, Oliver. As she's commenting about the sad existence of being alone without her lover after a number of years, she says this with a spacey look on her face, but she's looking at Lily.
Me?
And then Lily.
Oh, Lily. Sorry.
And she glances at Lily, and then she continues looking at the others.
Huh.
That's all you get.
Weirdo. I'm kidding.
I mean, she is.
What would you do as queen?
I'm not sure. Raise children. Educate the masses, maybe. Unlock secrets in the catacombs. Strive for peace. Support my husbands when war breaks out.
Well, about the catacombs. I helped clear out a little bit. It's a lot down there.
The absence of death leaves much in the likes of the unknown, and leaves too much to chance, it seems.
What do you know about death?
Not as much as I
my
wish.
My fin just goes straight down.
I've looked into a great many corners of the unknown, but it seems as though for any mortal these days, gazing into the unknown of death has left many, many questions in shadow.
What about Morklin?
Morglin. Strange enough that name is clouded in shadow as well. Almost as if locked away. Roll an observance check for me, Panzer specifically. And you may have advantage on it.
I don't have good observance.
That's why I'm giving you. Oh,
Natural 20.
that's awesome. You can actually hear you can actually smell the scent, a familiar scent, a draconic scent. And it takes a moment, but as she's talking, you actually see a forked tongue sticking out from behind her ear. And there is a tiny little string drake whispering in her ear.
Creepy at all?
Do I know what that is?
You know it's a form of dragon, but comparatively, it's extremely small.
What's his name?
It immediately hides. The prince's name is Seketh, I thought.
Your friend.
Roll.
What are you talking about, Panther?
Roll a charisma check for
Charisma?
me. Yeah.
In a female voice. His name.
Now, you don't have advantage on it, I don't think. So
It'd be
that's
a
a
24.
24. You notice that the guards kind of start staring off into space as this tiny little, like almost little blue flame, but almost whitish blue. This tiny little flame drake kind of peeks out from behind her hair and her ear. It just stares at you.
Like its eyes are on fire?
No, not necessarily. It's like almost like its whole body is on fire.
It's a lovely blue.
You get a little flash of color change for a moment. And it disappears, and you can see the fabric of her sleeve kind of just move as this string drake, probably about 18 or so feet long, just slowly eases out of her sleeve and kind of like a curious cat just kind of moves across the couch towards you, kind of just sniffs you, moves around, just kind of curling around you, looking one by one at each of you. Panzer, Oliver, Hutan seems to be completely out of it, just kind of in a daze, and then Skygazer. But yeah, this thing is like thin as a pinky finger, but 18 feet long, little fins, like probably 3 sets of claws, and then it just kind of hovers above the ground, kind of like a serpent. And it just looks at each of you, almost kind of like examining you, seeing whether or not you're trustworthy. And eventually makes it back over and curls up as like a bundle of rope in Awendango's lap. And for the first time, Awendango actually looks normal. He likes you. She smiles. Especially you,
Who does?
Panzer. Awen Dingo smiles, and she actually starts looking like a normal girl instead of all spacey like Luna Lovegood.
Hmm.
And what were you saying? Especially me?
She likes you.
It's a she. Oh. Does she have a name?
Dango. My other half, so to speak.
Interesting.
Huh.
Well, I'm glad she's not afraid of me.
Typically, she's not one to be afraid. Just doesn't trust other people to know too much.
Yeah, I think I've already crossed that line. I think I already know too much. Which is, the reason I was asking more about Morkland. Yeah, anyways. Yeah, some secrets are not supposed to be found. I think that's one of them.
As you're saying that, looking into the eyes of Dango, you can hear it's almost like hearing. It doesn't feel like when the Anashari would get in your head. It's almost like an echo in the room. But almost like a gentle voice inside your head. Your path is a dark one. A dangerous one. Full of many secrets and dark twists. Be careful, because the time will come when you must choose destiny over friendship.
Destiny will lose that one. I say in my head.
I thought as much. You are very loyal to a fault.
Yeah.
Awen actually is just sitting there, kind of just listening. The other two of you don't hear the short exchange between Panzer and Dango. But she smiles. She grabs like one half of an apple that's still left on the table after Panzer ate most of it. Just, inconsequently chewing on it. I mean, I wouldn't mind getting married to you, human. It would be a change of pace. And everyone else here already thinks I'm kind of odd anyway, so it wouldn't stick out as much as humans in a human setting. Especially since I would be that old grandmother, Yeah, I could be the odd old grandmother, and they would just write it off as me being old. I could be myself a little bit more often, honestly.
You could play off the old and senile type,
It would be a fun play.
and they will know it.
In my head, I ask, how do you feel about the cult?
They're dangerous. There are two kinds of dragons in this world, demonic in origin and primordial. The primordial dragons are based in the ancestry from a great power that once was. Demonic dragons are based in something even much more ancient. They are very dangerous and very, very deadly. The cult follow one of them. Awen and I steer clear of them, and that is why I have kept my distance and myself hidden.
You're very lucky to have a friend. I don't think you'll ever be lonely. I wish I had somebody like that. All I had was dark voices in my head.
Sometimes those dark voices, if you take enough time to listen and show enough care, can become friends too. Be cautious on which ones you listen to. And just kind of cuddles up in the lap like a cat again.
And at that point, I just kind of reach around and grab Oliver into like a strong hug. I'm like, that's why I got him.
just Lily getting squeezed in between there, like.
And Skygazer just kind of in his easy chair, he just backs even further into the back. He's like, "Ugh, glad I'm over here."
Well, I think everyone else has been out of it for a little bit too long, and I think our conversation's gone on long enough. I'll let you choose.
I happen to like your proposal most, but I want to make sure you're okay with it.
Being an elderly grandmother is a lot better than other things that could happen to a princess like me.
Okay.
Dango kind of just curls back up into a sleeve, wraps around her inside her dress a few times and back up into her hair again and disappears from existence.
It was lovely meeting the both of you.
Good day.
Good day.
Hutan comes back out of it. The guards come back out of it. Eowyn leaves the room. The few guards that accompanied her leave. Hutan's like, well, she's a spacey one. I'll give her that. At least she doesn't seem to have any ulterior motives.
She's the one.
Really? The odd one?
I think.
Yes.
I do think it might be proved.
Do we even? I mean, if you've made your decision, I suppose we can start negotiations. But there's still 8 others that we could interview.
It would be rude not to interview them. But
Thank you, Panzer. I was just about to say something about that.
Yes, I don't want to come off as rude, but I've already placed my vote. She's the one.
All right then. In all fairness, I haven't.
Pulls out a handkerchief, kind of dabs his forehead, like, why?
Hey, there's still 2 of us that have not yet placed our votes. Personally, I was waiting to hear all the young maidens and before I made a final decision. I already have mentally a couple that I would not place my bet on, and then there's at least one that, if no more suitable individuals come up, I would choose her over anything else. So I do think, yes, let us continue with these interviews.
All right then.
Before the next one comes out,
Mm-hmm.
Oliver.
Come back from the dinosaur realm, Carl.
I'm not in dinosaur. The game's not even open right now.
Ah!
He's eating something.
Carl.
I am eating something.
What you
Wake up, Carl.
I was chowing down on some Twizzlers, okay? I was enjoying them. I was spaced out. Did I miss something?
Oh my goodness. Dragon actually affected Carl IRL.
Yep.
Oh dear, John, what have you done?
Oh.
Wait, what?
So who was all awake for that conversation I had?
It would be you, Oliver, Lily, and Skygazer, by all appearances.
Yeah.
Lily.
The private exchange in between you and Dango would not have been noticed by the other 3.
Oh, okay.
Right. Yeah.
Gotcha.
And I think you know why Lily would have been able to resist some kind of charm effect.
Right.
So, yeah.
Lily, Oliver, what did you think about her?
Creepy. She ain't in the room still, is she?
No, she's
No.
gone.
No.
Good. Creepy.
Lily?
She seems nice.
Yes. I agree.
Creepy.
Though I think you're a little biased towards dragon girls.
Yes.
Kind of gets an odd look. Is that some kind of elvish term I don't know? Does her name mean something I don't? And she's like, yeah, never mind. And he just completely blanks out for a second, and he's gone.
Yeah, I kind of put my shoulder and hood on. It's okay. Adventurers speak a very special language that only other adventurers can understand. If you were one of us, you would understand.
And here I thought I
Oh, wait,
understood jive.
You know, he is almost one of us. You know, get a couple more fights in him.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, you are right, Panzer.
I mean, he's got the traveling part down. Hey, Hutan, our next fight, you want to join in?
I would rather not. My sword and heart belong to his nobleness, the king, and not a few coins and whatever loot I can take off a corpse.
It's not always about the.
With you, it's always about
No,
the
you're
corpse, Panzer.
That's just an added bonus.
I was gonna say, he probably doesn't. He probably doesn't want to witness my magnificent artwork firsthand.
I've heard. And he just kind of, brushes over the fact that he's more knowledgeable than you might think he is. And that's when the next princess is introduced. Princess Hakona. And this one appears to have either desert or high elf lineage. At least half part.
So basically, a princess version of Samal, but not quite.
Yep. Though Samal was obviously 100% desert elf, this is
Right.
almost obviously, types of ears, facial notations, eye shape. She's obviously a half-breed as far as elven archetypes go.
How do you do this
Right.
morning?
I'm fine, thank you.
Lovely, lovely. How do you feel about the arrangement? Sorry to be blunt.
It would be a nice escape from palace life here. I think I would be accepted a little bit better in human territory than I would amongst my own family.
I see. I see. What would you do as queen?
I would try to restore religion back into Zekath.
Does anybody smell anything?
Go ahead and make your observance checks with advantage.
Just him or all of us?
Go ahead,
Okay,
all of you.
Okay.
Oliver's was 19. Skygazer
14.
was 12, 14. Panzer and Oliver, she reeks of iron. It wasn't as bad for the first one, but she absolutely reeks. She is on a Shari.
Exactly all religions?
Well, the trichotomy. I would like to make religion free again.
I happen to like religion myself.
Then we are on agreeable terms. And I am sure with my past between my father and the rest of my sisters, you would be able to negotiate a much better dowry for me than my other sisters.
Why is that?
They would pay to get rid of me.
I understand. My family wanted me out too.
then we have common ground.
But I'm trying to get back.
Well,
And I
yes.
would much rather escape.
Correct.
And I have ties. I could make it worth your while if you wanted to put me in a better position than I am in now. Say,
What do you mean?
title, land, here in
Well.
Leland, in Zeketh.
I'm a king and a prince in 2 different areas.
Why not 3? Let's make it better.
I
Now,
have more than I need.
Manor, houses, land, women.
I'm sure if you could, I'm sure Pants would more than appreciate you arranging an entire country's worth of a harem, and then he'd be more than satisfied, given his past history. Anyways,
Hey. Do you
in
have
any
any
case,
questions,
though,
Princess?
No, let's just make it plain. I am in favor of arranged marriage.
Okay.
Any escape from this life would be agreeable.
Okay. Any other questions? Anybody?
what would you say is the most valuable or important thing to you personally, if you would be so kind?
Roll a charisma check.
Can I help?
How would you help with this question?
That's a good question.
Okay, good enough. Go ahead and roll leadership.
Oh my goodness.
That's a +4 on Panzer's part, and a roll of 15 on Skygazer, so 19 total. All right. Let's see here. Pull
Hey,
up
good question.
my character sheet.
That was a good comeback there.
That was a great comeback. Totally worth it. Well earned. This is a resolve. Resolve standard. And that is a 13. All right. Truth be told, my faith is the one thing that keeps me going in trying times here. My goal would be to bring the Anashari into position in the court of Zeketh. With their wisdom and insight, I'm sure that we could bring both prosperity and enlightenment to both Zeketh and Leon. And wealth to the rest of you.
I kind of nod. Okay.
I kind of just put our Skygazer kind of just puts his right hand over his face and kind of leans on it, his arm a little bit, and kind of nods subtly. All right, understandable. Well, I have no more questions. I do thank you, Princess. Anyone else?
I'm good. Oliver's good. I think that's it. Well, we're definitely have you on the list. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Likewise.
I look forward to our arrangements.
Let's see what happens.
And she gets up and leaves. Much less the modest girl that she was in the presence of the rest of her sisters and the rest of court yesterday. She's more herself, away from the prying eyes of the rest of the Yan family.
Okay.
Just gonna
I
keep
don't know
it.
why,
Gonna
but I
keep.
got very odd vibes about her.
I did too. Also, the Anashari aren't those the cult that Panzer and Samal visited?
Yeah.
Oh. Didn't you have really awkward situation there, Panzer?
They invaded my privacy and entered my mind very painfully.
Yeah, I don't
Well,
know.
luckily for you, I have access to a VPN. No, I'm kidding. I have a VPN that I could help you send video to help you solve
Hey,
those
we're not
problems.
sponsored.
I'm
We're
kidding.
not sponsored.
I'm kidding. I know. That's why
That
I
was
didn't
really
name
funny.
one.
Okay,
That was
I
really
almost
funny.
named one, but
someone
No.
came into YouTube chat. I don't know who it was, but for.red. I don't know what that is. Probably a bot. I don't know.
it could be.
Oh my goodness, that was funny.
All
That
right.
was good.
So in the next moment, guards leave the room. The ones in the back that have been stationed the entire time leave the room, and some very muscly, very, very, very familiar characters come into the room. You know
Oh
them.
no.
You know them in a biblical sense here, John or Panzer. You know this one in a biblical sense too.
Oh, that biblical sense.
Yeah. And you know, for the sake of, she just comes and sits in your lap. Well,
Ooh.
Did you sleep well?
Okay.
I think you know. And you get a look from Hutan that just says quietly, "What did you do?"
And I give him the look. I did everything.
And he just
And
gets this look back like, "Oh, we are so screwed."
and then Skygeezer just kind of very subtly but very quickly gets up out of the chair and he just goes, "Yeah, I'm gonna go get some fresh air."
This is the virgin screaming, "I will protect my virginity." Out on the balcony, you are gone. Hutan sits here, you know, taking his monocle, polishing it with the side of his cloak, and he's like, "I do not mean to be rude, but I am going to stick my neck out here and say that I don't think you're going to be a viable option for our negotiations." She just kind of pouts and sticks out a lower lip at him.
And I just kind of look at Hutan. How can you say no to a face like that?
Oh my goodness.
I'm just sad for Oliver and Lily, who's just slowly creeping down inside your shirt,
Oh.
and she's just like, "Nope, I am gone. This is too awkward for me." She's just hiding inside Oliver's coat,
Oh man.
and Oliver's
Imagine if
stuck
Sue were
between
in
them
here.
too.
I imagine if Sue were in here right now.
Oh,
Just one of those big
And
muscly guys comes up behind you and starts massaging your shoulders again, Panzer.
oh, thank you, thank you. Well, how do you feel about the arranged marriage?
I think it sounds boring. I
Right,
don't get to have any fun anymore.
true.
At least if he's jealous. And then again, if he dies, then I can just have my fun after that.
And I know you do love to have fun.
She just
my God.
licks. She literally just licks some of the oil off of the front of your breastplate.
yeah.
Well, I think we have it.
Ah,
Any other questions?
Do you want to come by later?
I'll see what I can do.
Just a look from Hutan that says no. It's like that look from your mom that says, "You're in enough trouble already, mister."
Oh my god.
I have a question for.
The virgin comes back from the balcony, recomposed.
Just as she licks my breastplate and then leaves again.
Uh, okay. I already know what my thoughts are on this one. If all of you are quite done here, then I don't think we have any. If we don't have any more questions,
Just one of the bodyguards comes up behind you, Skygazer, and he's like, "What's the matter? Do we make you uncomfortable?"
And I do that as well, and I turn to him and say the exact same thing.
No, you finish his sentence.
Yes.
I turn around to the muscly guard behind me.
He's got this for a huge, rippled body. He's got a very soft face and an awkwardly seductive smile.
Oh my god.
Oh, shit.
I will not make you roll
Okay.
charisma or resolve saves on this one. I'm not that terrible.
Thanks.
I pick her up off of me and I stand up and I set her down. And I'm like, I'll see what I can do. See you later.
There's an awkward goodbye, and I'm not going to tell you what it is.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Just the rest, just the rest of the muscle dudes and a few maidservants that are here just slowly make their way out of the room. You get an odd, large, thick hand on your rear end, Skygazer. Just a squeeze, and then gone.
I flip him off as he leaves.
He just blows a kiss in response.
No. Turns around and says, maybe later.
I'm sorry, guys. It's terrible.
Skygazer under his breath is muttering, do your best, Tourist. I am not going to turn into a flock of doves. I'm not going to turn into a flock of doves.
As she leaves, she's gone. She can disappear off my lap.
Oh yeah, sorry.
And I kind of just look at Hutan, and I'm like,
he's just utterly ashamed and flabbergasted.
I had to make sure if she was a good fit,
Panzer.
Maybe
I
for
can
you.
already tell you. I can already tell you, Panzer. She is the last person in this entire palace I would ever choose to send to Seketh as an ambassador. I would much rather send one of the maids to the prince
One of the maids
than
is
her.
One of the maids has probably bedded less servants than her.
That is how bad this is.
I cannot believe you did not have the wherewithal to stay out of her bed, Panzer. Ugh.
what? I'm a king and a prince.
And you're acting
And
in
with
behalf of another kingdom. This is an ambassador's nightmare.
I need a princess.
This is a nobleman's nightmare.
If you need a princess that bad, you can marry her after we arrange this marriage.
What? You never heard of business and pleasure?
Panzer, there are certain things that you just do not do on a business trip. And that is one of those things.
Like lick your blood?
Okay, that too. But that one couldn't be helped in my case.
I couldn't help it in my case. I have animalistic urges.
Really?
Lily climbs out of your
I have
coat,
human.
Oliver, kind of brushing away, an orange blush to her face, and she's like, I think all of us have some animalistic urges there, Panzer. You just don't know how to control them because you're such a kid.
I'm 8 years old.
Her point exactly.
And this is why I'm only interested in older men. And she just kind of and she just kind of leans into Oliver a little bit more.
That was too chapstick. I heard her saying that.
You didn't.
Hey.
Oh my.
Oh, that was a sick bird. Okay. Anywho. But seriously. Okay. Please tell me the next princess isn't going to be nearly so what's the word I'm looking for?
I did them all.
Improper, perhaps?
The word
I
you're
was with
looking
all of
Zeketh or Hutan sits here and he says the word you're looking for is promiscuous.
Thank you.
I was with all the princesses.
Anyways, Skygazer resumes taking his seat in the lazy boy. Finds the handle for deploying the leg rest and oh wait, we don't have that here. My bad.
You
Hey,
actually
Hutan.
do find a handle, and the leg rest is extremely comfortable.
Perfect.
Hey, Hutan.
Yes, Panzer.
What if I was with all of the princesses?
I would murder you. I would strangle you in your sleep. I would poison your wine, and I think everyone here would probably help me with that.
You know how hard it is to kill me?
I've noticed.
I turned to Carl.
Where there's a will, there is a way.
For me too.
Oh.
To survive.
I turn to look at Carl and just kind of give him that look of, yeah, there's definitely a way.
Oh yeah, there's definitely a way.
Anywho's,
I finished with
okay.
the food.
Another plate is brought in before the next princess.
I finished it.
It's been a few hours at this point with waits in between, time spent. The conversations end up going longer than they actually feel like.
Okay. 7 more.
The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, you're good at counting, Carl or John.
I was like, the what?
All right.
Carl was counting.
So you recognize this princess that comes in.
We don't have to do a smell check on this one.
No, you don't. She
We already
looks
know.
much more pale than she was. She's much less cheery than she was. And when she comes in, she's just like, so, I'm not exactly feeling 100% today, so if we could make this short, that would be very much appreciated.
Sure. Are you feeling okay? I'm a doctor.
In
I
that
can
case,
help.
No, I just said I suffer from anemia.
mhm. Well, in that case, I think I can do this very quickly in one simple question. What do you think of Zekith?
As long let's put it this way. I'll do anything as long as you keep me fed and happy. Okay? I really don't care.
Okay,
I do hope you feel
perfect.
better.
Thank you.
And I look over to Carl. I'm like, hey, what's anemic?
That's right.
Real life, Carl doesn't know.
Anemic, it has something to do with blood.
Suffers from regular blood loss.
Yeah.
Oh.
Prone to nosebleeds. Cuts and bruises do not clot like they're supposed to.
Okay.
Internal
Yes.
bleeding problems leave them weak, and they
Oh.
suffer from fainting spells and lightheadedness. Yeah.
Lovely.
Mm,
It's a condition of
sounds
the blood that
tantalizing.
would have only make you your life misery, Carl.
I was gonna say, didn't was it the youngest son of Tsar Nicholas? Didn't he have anemia or something like that? Or am I thinking of a different kid?
I don't remember. I want to say yes though.
Because Rasputin tried to. My roommate's trying to help me now.
Okay. Anyway, any more
Anyways,
questions for Laria?
like,
No,
yeah.
Okay.
we have our answer on that one.
Oh, it's hemophilia. Okay, so it is different. My bad.
All right. So the next princess that comes in is
Yeah.
Lindissa or Malindo. And she is the one that during dinner last night did not look happy. Her eyes
She
are
still doesn't look
bloodshot.
happy.
She doesn't not look happy. In fact, I'm going to just flip this horizontal because there we go. Much better. That just throws me off when they're looking the wrong way half the time, very,
Right.
very specifically.
Oh, can you turn me too?
Sure.
I'm not happy, Bob. Not happy. Ask me why.
It's like I'm always looking at Carl.
You're talking out of the back of your head, Panzer. Like this entire time you've been talking out of the back of your head.
There. Everyone's turning to face the correct direction.
Oh my goodness, we've all been talking out of the back of our heads, except Futan.
Hutan's always in the right place at the right time.
There we go. Much better.
I can't say the same about the rest of our party.
Oh,
Anyway.
no.
She comes in, she sits down, kind of fidgets a little bit.
Good afternoon, princess.
Good afternoon.
We'll try to make this short.
Thank you.
How do you feel about the arrangement?
I'm not interested in all, thank you.
Okay. Last question. If you were picked, what would you do as queen?
Whatever was asked of me, I would just ask that my handmaid be allowed to come with me. Go ahead and roll observance checks if you wish.
Advantage, no advantage.
No advantage. Skygazer is a 16.
I got 10.
10 and Panzer, did you roll?
I thought I did.
Okay, so that's a 6. Resolve 5 is okay. I got to. My game is bugged out on me. After this, I gotta refresh my page.
Okay.
That's a 14. Like
Skygazer,
you're getting just very, very strange hints off of the way she's dressed, off of the way she does her hair, off of the look of the maid that's with her. They're a lesbian couple.
Oh crap.
I kind of look.
Okay.
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Oh, I know. I looked at Skygazer.
Now the guards are still in the room, but you're
Right.
getting vibes that she's keeping this a very close secret.
Okay. Well, I do believe I don't have any more questions for you. Or any questions really. I didn't ask. Funny me. Do you have any questions for us? my dear.
No.
Okay. Well,
All right, I think
that's
that'll
it.
be it. Thank you for your time.
All right.
She looks relieved as she and her servant leave the room. Okay, I gotta refresh my page because my drag and drop window is bugging out on me.
Okay.
Zoom in. Grab out my character rolling sheet again. Oh, dagnabbit, wrong one. I want to open the sheet, not drag its icon onto the table. All right. Oh, come on, it's doing it again. Dagnabbit. All right. Anyway, the next one that's brought in, after a little bit, she's introduced as Princess Nostade. This is the one that you guys got to sit back and watch the world burn as she had a communistic conversation the night before.
Yes.
Yeah.
This should go well.
Yeah.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Princess.
Good afternoon. Just takes a drink of water, just sitting at it. So, what shall we talk about?
How do you feel about the arrangement?
Well,
Arranged marriages, in my opinion, are so controlling. I feel that people should be able to make their choices, but then again, it's for the better of the people. So, if it really benefits everyone, then I would be okay with it.
Would it benefit you?
uh-huh.
Say it again, Panzer.
Would it benefit you as queen?
I would be able to have a little bit more leeway in how I help the public. But other than that, I don't really see it helping all that much. I have enough work on my hands here as it is.
How do you feel about making an heir?
I mean, it's all right. I imagined I would have children eventually, but I already take care of plenty of foster children from local orphanages. So
I take out 2 gold or I take out some gems.
okay.
Panzer's inventory. Wait, that's not one. Where's my money?
Where's my money, Wazowski? It's in your character sheet,
I
second
see it.
page, bottom.
I see it. I take out 6 citrines.
Okay.
And I set them down and assign it to her.
Oh, thank you. Your donations are so much appreciated.
It's a good cause. Thank you for what you have done. I haven't looked into it, but foster kids. Good for you. Thank you.
She goes ahead, stands up, heads out of the room. Hutan, as she has left, she's like, you do know people literally make a living off of her, don't you?
What do you mean?
She is too naive in public. There are people that literally take her gifts, turn around, and resell them for profit. She may help local foster children, but chances are good half of the donations to those orphanages are actually being used to fund personal endeavors.
And my fin goes straight up and is kind of shaking up there. Who needs to die?
Panzer, this is none of our business at the moment.
And my
I
hand
think
just kind of grabs the behind, like where the chair is, and I just crush it.
Well, as much fun as it would be to bring justice to evil, I think that would cause too many problems in our political situation right now. If you want to do something about it, you're going to have to come back after we leave the country. under a different name and under some different guise, and then you can unleash justice on the evil and the wicked.
Okay, out of game, I gotta say this. I am Batman.
No, you're not Batman. You're the lizard.
Hey, I got a
I am
cape.
Batman.
I got a cape.
Yeah, but he actually turns into bats at night.
Batman doesn't turn into bats.
Oh, have you
Okay.
not seen the animated shows? He kind of does. I mean, he doesn't, but he kind of does. He's like disappears when the bats fly around him.
Okay. Anyway, after a little bit,
Can I get something to drink?
there's plenty to drink on the table. There's water.
Wh-
There's wine.
Oh, okay. Yes, I drink some wine.
Yeah, there's plenty of refreshments. Um,
All this talking.
the next meeting, I don't have a scene to change to because I could not find a decent art depiction of what I was looking for. But one of the guards comes in and says, Princess Peninde wishes for you to come visit her in the gardens.
Is she a little busy? Should we skip her?
She just prefers the comfort of the gardens.
Yeah, I guess I could walk my legs. I get up and there's like an imprint of where I was sitting. I kind of turn to the guard. Sorry about that area.
Hey, look. Hey, let's look at this in a positive light. Hanser, your seat is reserved for when we come back.
Hey!
Well, you guys make your way through the halls. You're escorted out into the gardens, the maze-like hedges and fountains and marble bridges, all making up a very peaceful atmosphere. And you find the princess listening to some music. The musicians seem to be hidden behind a hedge. And she's just sitting deathly still. Go ahead and make observance checks for me. Mm, 9 on Skygazer.
Yep.
17 on. Oh no, this was that a 17? Your standard roll?
Yeah, it's the
Oliver?
standard.
Okay, so 17 on Oliver and Panzer with a 14. Okay. With your 17, Oliver, she's not sitting entirely still. I mean, there are some birds resting
Okay.
on her shoulders. But there is one servant that sits next to her, and she has a covered cup. And
Covered cup.
every little bit, the princess dabs her fingers in it, and then just lets her fingers sit. And there seems to be a blackish, brownish stain on her fingers. You don't get any odd smell from what's in the cup, but she's sitting there, and we'll come back to that. There are marble benches for everyone to sit on during the interview, so everything can uphold your mass, Panzer.
I go
but-
over to the hedges
Okay.
and I try to look through it.
You are successful in pulling aside the foliage of this 3-foot thick hedge, and there's like 15 elves, musicians back
Oh my
behind that just
goodness.
keep playing the music, and they just look at you like, hi.
Get down here.
The
Oh.
hedge is not repairable. There is a gaping hole where things have been broken, and it's gonna take a few months, if not years, to get that hedge back to what it was supposed to be.
I kind of like stick my head in, and I'm like, and I stick my arm through with the thumbs up.
Those who have a free hand, they just stick a thumbs up, like, okay. He just pops back through the hedge like Homer Simpson.
uh,
Oh,
as Panzer walks back. Sorry.
sorry. No,
So
you're good.
I hope you don't mind if I don't move while we're having our conversation.
Sure, as long as we have
This-
at least 62% of your attention.
No, you have my attention. Don't worry.
Okay.
She's
try
just
to make this
holding
quick.
very still, holding almost a statuesque pose as she sits cross-legged on the stool. And the only thing that really move are her eyes, and you can see just an ever so slight twitch in one eye ever so often.
Hmm.
How do you feel about the arranged marriage?
Mm,
Sorry to be blunt. I'm trying to make this quick.
I mean, depending on what the man is like, I may or may not be opposed.
He's an artist and a fighter.
How is he against his friends? Hutan pipes up. His friends all appear to like him and enjoy his company. I mean, when he's alone, when there aren't eyes. I can't say that I have any personal experience with that. Well, I suppose I could find out for myself. But it would end poorly for him if he mistreated me. Oliver, it's about this time when you notice there is a fly that's buzzed around and sat on her fingers, and it's slowly moving in between her index finger and her thumb where she's dabbed her finger, and you notice there is a quick crunch as the fly is crushed and just kind of brushed back out of the ground. She dabs her fingers in the water again, and she just sits there, and there is a slight twitch of pleasure as she does so.
So tell me, Princess, if you became the Queen of Zeketh, what would you do as their ruler?
Well, it depends on how they treated me. If they treated me well, I would treat them well. But it would be terrible for anyone who didn't treat me well.
I get the concept. I'm kind of the same way.
Crunch. Dabs fingers.
Oh, here's something.
You don't see anything. It's just,
Oh.
it's slightly unnerving Oliver as she's specifically luring in these little creatures specifically to just murder them for pleasure.
Would I be correct in assuming you're a person of honor and respect, as in that is what you prefer to have?
More like an eye for an eye.
He has
I
a lot
see.
of eyes. The king's
Crunch.
eye. It was a joke.
Well, you certainly have an extra pair compared to the rest of us, Panzer.
which there aren't visible unless he specifically opens them.
True.
But still.
I don't know what you mean.
My joke still stands.
But she's sitting here and she's like, "Tell me exactly what's in it for me."
You become queen.
Well,
That's a jump from princess, is it not?
I suppose it is, but I could become queen here too.
You
she
can.
does have a point there.
And
I
you
thought
get
you're
you get
eldest.
this kind of a distant gaze from her and a wild flash of insanity and pleasure from her eyes and expression when she says that. Now, you get that the first princess you interviewed, the eldest, was domineering, military, overpower everyone, you know. This is a
Mhm.
mischievous. This girl would murder her entire family if it fancied her.
She seems the more the Loki type.
No, not even
Basically.
the nobility of Loki. This is mad scientist. I'll murder you all because it sounds fun.
I'm trying to think who on Earth. I've heard of that archetype before. I just can't think of. Anyways, that's not
Genghis
important.
Khan?
Genghis Khan. Wait a minute, it's a female version of Genghis Khan. Oh crap, we're screwed.
Just Oliver, I need you to make a resolve check, please.
Oh yay! Oh wait, I don't think I've actually added that stat to my keybinds here.
It's on a
That's-
key. Okay.
Yeah, he modifies his sheet to work differently than your guys's.
Fair enough.
Oh, I do have one. Okay, it's this one.
11. You actually twitch when she crushes the next fly. It's unsettling enough that it's causing you mental discomfort.
Are you okay, Oliver?
Do you notice that I twitch?
I've known you for a good bit of time. You don't just twitch out of nowhere. But I can roll observance if you like, Joe.
Up to Oliver.
I just feel like you would be probably looking in, a different direction than me.
True.
But he's got the fourth eye.
It's a 16.
16. Oliver, how do you want to roll with it?
For me, I feel like a 16 could be a pass.
Okay.
You okay, Oliver?
Yeah.
I'll use leadership.
What are you specifically trying to do?
His resolve.
Okay.
Ziggy,
Almost
no.
done. +2.
Okay. Your original resolve check, Oliver, was 16 plus 2 would bump it up to 18. You would be able to recompose yourself with a +2.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. No, that wasn't a 16.
No, it was 11.
As 11.
It's
Yeah,
funny because
it's the
every
crunch.
single roll I did there was an 11.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
was
I
really
was reading Panzer's other roll. No, it's almost like all the sound is going away, and you just see the madness in her eyes, and the sheer ecstasy every time she crushes a little insect.
I'm gonna turn around and walk out.
Well, I guess that was all. Any other questions, Yutan? or
No.
princess?
No. I'm good.
The done?
I think we've had enough time here.
Okay, sounds good.
Yes. We shall depart now. Thank you for your time, Princess.
As you are headed back to your chambers or the interview room, Skygazer, you're pulled to the side by this one.
Do I notice?
Nope, at the very back end of the line. Now you listen to me, and you listen to me good. I know my father is going to try to probably push me off onto this arranged marriage, but I am not having any of it. You understand me?
Of course, I understand.
You do
And like I've said
everything in
before.
your power to keep me out of this.
Oh, don't worry. I think if all goes well, things might work out in your favor anyway.
She just gets up real close to your face, looks into both of your eyes. You're sweating right now.
No, I never would have guessed. Anyways.
I will be absent for our interview, but you're going to cover for me.
And how would you like to do this?
We already had our interview yesterday in the garden.
Oh, that, yes, you're right.
That'll be enough. Leave me out of this.
You're right. All right. Fair point. I'll see what I can do.
Lets go of your collar. Smooths out your jacket. Go on.
Yep. All right. Kind of just gets out back into the walkway or hallway, kind of looks around, and just kind of quickly, gallant, makes a fast gate to the room, to the interview room. Nonchalantly, just kind of starts whistling a little bit.
All right. So as you're continuing through the hallways, you go over a balcony / bridge that overlooks the main courtyard entrance to the palace area. And it's about then when a riding party of probably 15 to 20 horses, mounted elves, all look like they have been out hunting. There are multiple horses with the corpses of boar and deer and other creatures thrown across the back of the horses. And this princess is leading the charge.
Nice.
And she rolls up. She's got her own bow strapped over her shoulder. She's got a spear in its holster on the riding saddle. And the spear is up to its hilt plus some in fresh blood. It's not close enough to cause you problems, Oliver, but she dismounts without even coming to a full stop, tosses the spear to one of the servants, who immediately takes it away to clean. And by the time you get back to your rooms, she has brushed off whatever bloodstains she had on herself, and she's sitting in the chair waiting for you folks. Looks like someone's late.
How was your hunt?
Wonderful, actually. Thank you.
Good. What was the biggest thing you got?
I was able to take a fairly nice-sized wild boar.
Okay. By yourself?
Of course. I don't need anyone else to do my hunting for me.
I saw a group of people. I was just checking.
They insist on coming with me, but they're not necessary.
I'd like to see what you can do with a spear.
looks at one of the guards, who happens to be holding a spear, gets up, takes it from him, opens up the window, looks out into the courtyard below. There's dogs, servants, chickens, various other things, running around in the courtyards below. Winds up, launches the spear, and pins a chicken to the concrete. About 150-yard launch. It's insane. Just kind of leans back against the edge of the window. Go ahead. Look. Like I said,
And get up.
I don't need anyone else to do my hunting for me.
If I were to throw my spear, what are the chances of me hitting somebody?
Well, let's see here. It depends on your target, one. The dexterity of the target or the size of the target will matter. The smaller the target, the higher the dexterity. The distance, you'll have disadvantage because you're not proficient with the weapon.
I am proficient in spears.
Okay, you are proficient in spears. Okay, so you have regular skill with that. Range at this point, you're probably looking at a disadvantage due to range, so it'll be a regular D16 roll.
I want to aim at something where I'm not going to hit anybody if I miss.
Okay. There's a dog. A dog would be a small size, so you'd be looking at not a terrible dexterity stat.
I won't have to hit anything. Just an object, like a tree or something, would be fine.
Well, let's put it this way. You're trying to impress, right? I'm talking to you out of game, right?
Right.
You're trying to impress her, right?
Right.
Okay. She hit a moving target with a tiny class creature size, so 4d4 worth of a dexterity stat. She hit a chicken.
Right.
So in order to impress her,
The heck?
in order to impress her, you're gonna have to hit something that's not stationary
Okay.
and of relatively the same size. Now, a dog would be an easier target a mark to hit.
Okay.
But there are plenty of chickens and, birds flying through the air, etc., etc.
I point to the dog. I'll go for the dog if you don't mind.
Okay, you taking the other guard's spear?
No, I'm using my spear.
Okay. We'll say that you were able to go ahead and bring it into the interviews. Go ahead and make a check, and I'm going to go ahead and roll the dexterity stat. This is going to be 3d4 plus no level.
Did she say anything when I said
She's
the
just
dog?
watching. She's just watching.
Get in trouble. Kill someone's dog. $17.
Now, that's with disadvantage. It's not the d20 roll, but it's disadvantage because of the range, remember? It's a 7. It misses by about 3 feet.
Oh my gosh. I bring it up back to me.
It was a 4, and a 2 for its dexterity stat. But
Okay.
she is slightly impressed when, from about 120 yards away, the spear wobbles in the concrete and immediately spins back to your side and into your hand.
I'm still practicing.
I see. Well, you definitely don't have the years under your belt that I do, so I'll give you that. Just kind of sits down at the table. You have her attention now, at least.
I've been working with this spear for 2 years. Technically. But not really throwing, more, thrusting. Thrusting.
So do tell me, What would you find the most important quality in a leader?
Independence. The ability to make decisions without anyone else telling you what to do.
Yes, I could see how that would be a favorable quality to have.
I agree. How do you feel about the arranged marriage period?
I would rather have my own person to myself.
You rather find someone,
Mhm.
correct?
No, I'd rather spend the rest of my days as an old maid. She has 100% seriousness as she pulls what many people would consider a joke.
Oh,
I
Well-
see.
As long as I don't have a husband weighing me down at home, I'm free to wander the woods. Live my life as I please.
Mhm. You do have a point with that one. Well, in any case,
interesting. Well, I see where you stand, and yeah, no one's gonna try to force you. Thank you for
No.
your time.
Thank you for being brief.
Going back to hunting, or are you done for the day?
I'm about to go clean my game. You're invited tomorrow morning, but you have to be up promptly at 3:30. Your friends are not invited. She walks out.
I look at Hutan and I'm like, I won't do it.
As long as you're only thrusting your spear into wild animals, that's all I'm worried about.
I
She did seem kind of wild, but anyways.
kind of look at Hudan like, huh, I never thought I would ever hear you make such a joke like that and be so serious about it.
I did slip there, didn't I?
I think we're rubbing
Well,
off.
gentlemen, I think he's officially one of us now. Anyways,
Looks down at his notes. All right, we have one last interview to do, and then
Oh wait,
I'm
Hutan's
taking.
here.
Yeah, that's the one
Hutan.
who's talking.
I take off the button.
Which button?
what button?
The button that has the king's eye on it.
Where did you get this?
This was at the temple. I rolled like a natural 16.
I don't know what that means, but all right.
It was a button that I put on me that I found on the ground. It was in the temple of the wind.
The underground
It was
shrine.
Yes, it was like in the creek, and I picked it up.
This was like almost a week ago. You didn't tell me this before?
I forgot he wasn't there in the shrine with us.
No, but you'd think you would say something sooner. This
I forgot. So I'm like, oh wait, Hutan is here.
this is the icon of the king's eyes. They're a secret organization that act as spies, assassins, and other stealthy agents of his hands, as well as information gatherers. You found this in an underground shrine?
Yes.
Well,
I thought you would want to know.
I don't know any connections it might have, but the king's eyes do go everywhere. Hands it back to you.
It's okay for me to hold on to this?
It's a button. Most people wouldn't know what it is. I happen to be close enough to the king to know what it is. And our recent encounter with a certain martial artist would be why the three of you know what it is too. Four. Sorry.
Actually, the king told me about it.
Lily looks exceptionally perturbed that she's overlooked again for a split moment, and then Hutan quickly amends his overlook, and she just kind of sits there and kind of puts her nose up in the air and just kind of waddles back and forth for a second, happy to be noticed. So the last interview eventually the princess is announced, and once again, it's a maid announcing it. Not so much guards. There's already enough guards in the room, apparently. But she comes in, curtsies,
Yeah.
and she looks like a nursemaid.
Hello, princess.
And
What?
the young 12-year-old one, the one that looks like she's 12, comes in the room. Hi. She looks really bashful at this moment.
This isn't the last one. We have one more after this.
Nope, this is it. This is the last one. You already did Aleph Stain.
We did?
Yep. Aleph Stain was the last one we did at the session before this one. She was the one in
Yep.
the arena.
No. There was one more.
Nope.
Yes. Yes, there is one that was as Hudan had said, it's the one that we no longer are doing. Did you not hear about that?
No,
Yeah, that
I
Panzer.
missed that. I thought that was a private conversation between you and the princess.
Hutan, just because you're like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Never mind. I thought Hudan had said something.
No, the
Anyways,
the gothic one.
Do I
yes,
need to come back later?
No, you're fine.
No, princess. We can discuss the finer details of it later.
You can call me
Between amongst ourselves. Netta?
Nettie.
Okay, Netta. Nettie? All right, that works as well.
She
If you don't
Anyway.
mind.
She gets up into the chair and her feet dangle off the floor.
Nettie. Do pardon me for asking, but how old are you?
That's not appropriate.
I'm 121.
What?
Oliver, you do know that age differs in years for elves? She does not look. If Carl's still here, I don't know if he's still drowning in Ark or not.
Okay, buddy. For the last time, I'm not on Ark. I've been off Ark for a while now. I can get back on Ark if you want me to.
He's been swimming with those crocodiles.
I just can't help it. I can just tell. I just keep picking on you.
Oh man.
But yeah,
Yeah,
Oliver would know that they age differently.
Yeah.
Though technically
she's the equivalent of 10.
she's very young. She wouldn't be having children yet. At least she would be right on the edge of being able to. In essence, she's the equivalent of a 12-year-old human child in elf terms.
Right.
But considering that elves view these things differently, and the fact that she's a princess, it's not been unknown throughout history because you're royalty to get married outside of typical marriage years, even though it makes, I'm sure, a few of you think twice about what's going on here.
Well, yes, but also no. The only thing I'm thinking is like because of the age. The only thing I'm thinking of is the age disparity is going to be so horrible that there is. I think honestly, and this is out of game. Personally, I think we would just be giving the Prince of Zeketh the short end of the straw, if you know what I'm saying. He wouldn't be able to have. I don't know if he'd be able to have any heirs to the throne by the time he passed.
I'm not that short. And Hutan just sits there and he's like, I mean, I am not privy to elvish biology either. For the lack of everyone here being adults, the handmaid does step forward and says, it is entirely possible for her to have children, yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure if the 4 of 5 of you understand elvish biology or not, but typically once every 10 years would be the likelihood.
I see. So this wouldn't just be so really this is the thing for every single princess to be taken into consideration of, and not just her.
Yes, that would be standard. Hutan's just sitting here and he's like,
Um,
well, there are some things that even I don't know.
Well, I knew that.
Did you?
No, that you don't know everything.
Oh. Rolls his eyes. Netterly giggles.
And I just have this big crocodile smile.
You're funny.
Thank you.
Panzer. Anyways. So, Nettie. I don't know, how do you view the how do I word this?
Arranged marriage.
Yes. What are your thoughts on on your father setting up one of you, either you or one of your sisters for this arranged marriage to Zekith?
Well, I have never been outside the kingdom before. It'd be kind of exciting. I don't know, how tall is he?
Oh, he's short.
Put on.
Panzer. I don't actually have notes on his height. Roll an accuracy check on a d20 for me. Above 10, you're accurate.
Can we make if he's accurate? Can we make him
if you're below 10, he's short compared to you, but tall compared to everyone else in the room.
What am I rolling?
Yes, but if he's
just a straight
d20.
D20.
Short, can he be the king from the original Shrek?
He actually probably envies Oliver's height.
Well, yeah, Lord Farquaad. So it's basically the prince is literally Lord Farquaad then, height wise.
He's short, but he's not a dick like Lord Farquaad.
Oh, okay. Ooh.
Height wise, okay, outside of game height wise, yes, they would fit eye to eye for her height. But 70 years from now, she might be an inch or two taller than him.
And I kind of stand up and kind of point to where he is on me.
Oh. He's really that short? She gets this look of hopefulness as she looks at the nursemaid, and she's like, okay, yeah, calm down. I get it. You're happy. Just that subtle, she's got her hands folded in front of her, and she just lifts one, like, calm down.
Everything okay, princess?
No, I thought he would be taller. Like him, points at Hutan.
What about me? I'm tall.
You're not a human, so you don't count.
Ouch, that was hurtful.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I kind of just stand up and walk out.
Oh my goodness, every single person ever walked out.
Seeing Panzer, I just can go after him, get your ass back in here.
I'm sorry. You are tall.
Wow. I did not know children was Panzer's weakness. This is interesting.
Just
It's
Oliver and Skygazer just writing that down.
Oh no, I'm going after Panzer. I'm tell him to get back in here.
I can just hear the shouting from the hallway.
Back in there. She's being mean. That didn't count. I'm a person. I have feelings. I'm tall.
He says as he looks down at the elf that barely comes up to his waistline. And the goblin that sits on the elf's shoulder.
I'm a human right now, okay?
Yeah.
Well, yes,
Should I call
but
pick
you
up
are
the
an
name?
elf.
I'm an elf.
I go back in.
Wait, what?
All right, drag yourself back on screen for me so I can resize you. I'm sorry. Oh, now you're really
I'm tall.
tiny. Now you're
I'm
really
tall.
there. um. But yeah,
Well, do you have any questions?
I mean, does he have any brothers or sisters?
Good time.
He is a single child. She looks slightly disappointed at this.
But he does have friends.
Oh. What are they like? And Hutan just starts droning on, like, the ambassador from Zakolia. They go hunting together. He has the cook and him are chess friends. They play games together, and she looks excited at the idea of playing games. And it just goes on and on and on, and you get the idea that maturity-wise, mentally, she's probably still a 12-year-old.
Well, I think we
Yes,
have.
and a very adult-like 12-year-old.
I don't know
think-
how you got that impression, but okay.
I think we have what we need. Thank you, Princess.
Okay. Jumps back down to the floor, 6-inch hop off the chair.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, had to borrow your old character art.
Woo!
She just on her way out the door, she waves. Lily waves. She was nice.
She said
Yeah.
I didn't count.
Panzer,
Panzer.
you know that was a mistake.
I know, that's why I came back.
Who would have
Jeez, by the way,
Who would
you're
have
a lizard man.
believed the one who takes the most beating for the party in a fight is the one that has the softest heart? Just pulls out some snuff out of a case and just.
Hey,
We're
I
done
was
just being done
chosen
with it.
one for kind. Do you not remember this? I was the kind one.
He's just sitting here. He's over. He's done with this. It's like his responsibilities as an ambassador today are done.
Nope, we have one more.
No, we don't.
Yes, you need to tell us why we don't have another one then.
Ah, yes, that I can do. Yes, that is correct. Yeah, so there is this other elvish princess.
We know.
Yes. Anyways, so
Her name is Kenya.
she believes. Yes, so Kenya believes that. Well, I kind of had the casual conversation that she is considering her interview, and that was about that had to be last night in the garden or something along those lines.
Yes, but we all need to be there to attend. If that was the case, we could have all taken a princess and done this in half the time.
In theory, perhaps. But no, she seemed the type that. Oh, how
Right.
do I say this?
And when the king asks if we've talked to everyone, I will be unable to say yes.
That's not entirely true. I've talked to everyone.
I haven't.
Well, okay, actually, I take that back. You couldn't even truthfully say it about me because I technically didn't really talk with the one princess that you had a thing with.
Right.
We're not gonna go there. And Hutan
Yes.
just puts an end to that right there.
I was not intending to go any further with it. But
and
this
the
particular...
king never hears about that. And he has
Yes,
he reaches into his cloak and pulls out 2 small purses and dangles them over the back of the chair. The guards walk forward, take both of them. Pocket it. They never moved from their position.
Yep. Anyways, this Princess Kenya, she has absolutely no interest in ruling, as far as and honestly only has interest in the arts, and in more
As does the
specifically her own
prince.
artwork.
Prince is an artist too.
Yes.
Does she know that?
Technically, no, she does not, unless she somehow found out, but I highly doubt that. As far as I can tell, she wants to stay out of the politics and out of everything that's going on with the royal family. But
Well, can you tell it will take but a minute?
Quite honestly, this has been the first common ground we found between the prince and any of these princesses. Except for the hunting aspect, but the one who's a huntress isn't interested.
yes.
I would say none of the
Well,
princesses who have something in common with the prince actually are interested in the marriage, which is a sad situation.
well, the way I look at it, Hudan, is it doesn't matter if the interest. It doesn't matter so much as the interests are common. At least, in so much as like, are they capable of being rulers, and are they capable?
Well,
I guess in a
I
way.
I believe it's more than that. Of course, I'm a little naive in that sense, I guess. If you're gonna spend the rest of your life with each other, it should be
True.
at least to have a couple of things similar.
All right, guys. Well, it's 8 o'clock on the dot. So,
Yeah, it
seeing
is.
as all of the interviews, at least if you guys don't decide to argue another interview with Kenya, are
Totally working on
completed,
it.
we're gonna take our 20-minute break. Let's go ahead and do 30. It gives people time to go grab food if they need to, do what they need to do.
All right, bye.
We'll see you back at 8:30, guys.
Sounds good.
And I'm gonna put the channel on. Please wait. See you guys in 30 minutes. Unmute the mics. Okay, we're live again. All right.
Oh, oops.
So, picking up where we left off, you guys were arguing on whether or not to push for the interview with Kenya.
Yes. I can't imagine why. Anywho,
You're just not trying hard enough.
excuse me, what?
I said you just can't try enough, or try hard enough. You can't figure out why.
No, it's not
What about
that.
you?
Anywho,
Do you want to talk to her or no?
do I want to talk to her?
I think every time you said Oliver, Ezra does something to mute you or speak over talk you.
Sorry.
What now?
Did you want to talk to her?
Talk to who?
There's another princess that doesn't want to talk.
Well, from what you said, she has, already said that she wants no deal in this.
Right. Pass.
I don't say why we. There's probably going to be no point of even trying.
Okay. Hutan, is that okay with you? I think we're done.
I am merely here to represent my king and his wishes. You are the matchmakers.
Cool. Well, since we're in here, I look towards the guards. Could we have the room?
They bow and leave. Doors closed behind you.
Okay. I've said who I wanted.
Yes, you have. And upon thinking about it further, honestly, she would be one of the few candidates I would actually choose to go back to Zeketh, personally.
Who are we talking about?
The dragon lady.
Yeah.
Personally, myself, I was torn between the Huntress and the short one, but...
But as you said, we are the matchmakers.
Yes, you are. Sometimes I question my king's sanity.
It's alright. Sometimes we question our own sanity when we're actually sane.
What's sanity?
Did you just ask what sanity is?
Yes. Never had it.
Just reaches over to the table, uncorks a bottle of wine, pours a glass, just lays back in the chair, pulls his hood over his eyes, and tries to forget that he exists.
Don't forget, you're one of us now.
I'm not here.
Hey, Hutan. Hey, Hutan. Hutan. Hey, Hutan.
Oh my god.
Pulls out a
Let's go.
small notebook. Hire assassin to kill Panther. Dot. Closes his notebook. Puts it back in his cloak.
The 17. Did I see that?
Of course he did. It was obvious. He did it very openly.
Not that you can feel, not that Panzer can read, right?
That's why he said it out
Read.
loud. He actually read it out loud as he was writing it down.
Okay, I get that. Okay.
Hey, you know I was joking.
Yeah. About that. Anyways. But no. Well, Oliver, did you have any strong feelings for which princess you thought could be a good fit for sending to Zeketh?
That's honestly a hard one. Saying that I don't remember half of them.
I mean, there were 13, and that's pretty unlucky to begin with.
Oh man, there was a lot. That I. Mm. There are definitely a few that I knew for like, yeah, no. And I look over at Panzer. Huh.
I was just rolling some out, you know.
Personally, I was more scared about sending a religious what do you call it? Sorry, words are failing me today.
The one that was associated with the blood cult. Yeah, that's a hell no.
Right?
The desert one, yes.
And she was
That was a
open
big
about it.
no-no. The Church of Trichotomy was definitely more subtle about it, but she's still, I'm not sure. Personally, I think one's belief should be left to the person, not to the king or queen. So I would definitely choose the less. If I had to choose the lesser of two evils, it would definitely have been the other one.
Like I do agree with the shorter one.
Hmm.
She's kind of young, but she can still bear children.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
And just because someone can doesn't mean they should.
True.
Just saying. I mean,
I
you don't want
know.
me being a dad right now, right?
I was gonna
Oh.
say, do you have experience in this, Panzer?
I'm 8.
That's what
I'm
I thought.
237.
And I'm 23.
Hutan is just
Actually,
sitting.
in
Hutan
human
is
years, I am 23 technically, which is funny.
Oh, that
What
is
about
pretty
you, Ken?
funny.
Hutan pipes up and says, "The only thing I could see as a drawback to the youngest one was the fact that by the time her children are actually 12 or 13-year-olds, they're going to be
Could be
playing
long
with
gone.
the same toys and probably going to feel a little bit more like brothers and sisters rather than a mother and children.
Mm-hmm.
So that will be odd."
Yes, I could definitely see that being an issue.
Oliver, what do you think about the dragon lady?
I don't like. I personally, me as Carl, I don't remember much about her. I don't remember what she was like.
It was the one who was spacey and odd until the dragon was comfortable with you guys.
Her, okay.
You said she was creepy.
Yeah, creepy. She was kind of creepy. I don't know how I feel about her.
Honestly, I think about half the princesses were creepy, if you ask me.
Yes. Yeah.
Out of game. Thank you guys.
For what?
That was a compliment. I was going for creepy on a bunch of them.
Oh, thank you. No, you're welcome. Yeah, definitely. No, but definitely. I think a big note's the anemic.
Anything to
Yeah.
do with that church is a no.
Something about that just didn't strike me quite right. I don't know why. Then again, I only did see her once, so who knows? True.
Do you guys want me to bring them up and put their pages on the put their pages available to you guys?
Or
Or-
just the pictures, and we can like remove the pictures. No, not that one. No, not that one.
Okay. There's one.
Yeah, can we have a virtual dartboard stuff? Just dart the ones we know we don't want.
There's two. Oh, wait a minute. That one's big. There's that one. Actually, I'm gonna put them in the order that you talked to them.
That would be helpful.
Do 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 do. Oh wait a minute, I did that one twice.
Huh.
Da-dum. 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 Mm-hmm. 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 There you go. All in order.
Okay.
I will delete them as you want them deleted.
Oh, whoops. Anyways.
I'm 100% depending on you guys to progress with your situation here. This is all on you guys.
Yes, I agree. So I think for sure definitely the two religious zealots in the lineup are definite no-nos. So the desert elf and
Red lady.
what's the other? No?
All right.
You think the red lady is a no-no as well?
Yeah, she was the one that lost all the blood.
Ah, yes.
This one
And
here.
this one here is the other religious zealot, yeah. So yeah,
Alright.
that one. And then oh shoot, not that one. Yeah, that one right there.
Obviously not this one.
No.
Okay.
Not
I'm
this
just
one.
gonna
You
you don't
want
think
her?
that one?
Nope. And not this one.
Interesting choice.
Well, she's
I'm gonna say no on that one.
She was
That's what I
already
was
very
saying.
promiscuous.
Not this one.
Any input here, Oliver?
Well, you
Yeah,
really
you can
mean
tell-
the one that was, all up on
It's already
Panzer?
gone. She's already gone.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's
no.
already gone.
That's a straight
That's
no.
the only one that's the only one Carl has any strong opinions against. Like that and the other one. Let's see
Oh,
now.
man.
Oh yeah, that's
And
one. She was
honestly,
the.
I think she's too young.
You
She's
think so
already-
too?
Yeah, I do. I just feel weird about it.
Yes, I'm inclined to agree. Even after I get to basic biology lesson in elf, I still.
Let's go ahead and get her out.
I'd be inclined to agree with you on that one, Panza.
Thank you.
Okay. All I got going through my head now is from Fiddler on the Roof. Matchmaker, matchmaker, make me a match.
Bring them close together.
Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna go on a limb and also say that the hunters probably shouldn't be added in the group just because she values independence, and if we go against her values, I feel as though
She'll lash.
she will actually be a worse queen for it.
I can second that.
Because the way I see it is we want a queen who actually wants to rule and who wants to, be there for her people, not regardless of whether or not they're elf or human. Having said that, we probably got rid of one of them, but she had other as I feel ulterior motives. So that leaves What's that one?
Who are those two?
Which one? Which one?
This one was so.
This one's the
This
communist.
one yeah, that's what I thought. And
This
one,
one's
I
the
forget
one
if I
that likes to
told you.
crush animals.
All right, let's take both of those out.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no,
No.
no, no, get it. Burn it with fire. Okay, don't actually burn it with fire, but you know what? I think we'll just go with the Dragon Lady. We're just going with the Dragon Lady. Because if we send the eldest daughter, that's gonna make things very awkward and just for everybody.
She's gonna dominate him.
Having said that, if we theoretically, if we actually did have her marry into Zeketh, would you theoretically unite the two kingdoms, albeit through a bloody war of who knows what?
They already have.
I'm not saying this is a good idea, but hypothetically speaking.
It would bring them closer as an elf, but the humans not so much because she would be in lead. There would be no.
That
king.
is true. And she'd just be more powerful. Yes, I definitely would say she's out. Well, I guess it is the Dragon Lady after all.
Huh.
What say you? I mean, Panzer, Oliver, is the song good?
I mean, she was my choice in the beginning.
You're right. I don't know why I asked you. Oliver has yet to give it. Well, actually, no, Oliver gave his input. He said she was creepy.
Weird, right?
Creepy.
Creepy. Okay.
Then again,
And
I'm kind of.
weird.
I guess I'm kind of. Yeah, well.
But I think I'm gonna go with y'all on that.
Mhm.
Okay, I stand up. Okay, let's get Hutan. How do I get a meeting with the king? To let
Looks
him
at his
know
wine
our
glass.
answer.
I think I still have enough of my consciousness left to deal with this. Though I had to drown you folks out for a little while.
I can go with you if you like.
I mean, I wasn't planning on going to visit the king by myself. I was planning on accompanying you.
Okay. Do I just go in the throne room and
You're
he's
the one.
there?
We report, and he calls us in, just like all the other times.
Other times
Alrighty
we
then.
just rushed in, barely making it in time.
All
He was
right.
already
Yes,
expecting us.
Yes, Panzer, you do that, and
All right, I go. Let them know.
All right. So you guys make it out into the outer court for King Leanne. After about an hour of waiting due to various other diplomats that were already in line, you are welcomed back into the royal courtroom again. And Samal is not there. There we go. You're already here, Panzer.
Oh, I didn't see me. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh.
And you're
to
on
be fair, you
shoulder.
kind of were on the outskirts.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's see here.
Oh, there's little wee wee. Wait, what? Why are there two Olivers?
Oh, that's why things look odd. There we go. I can't. Let's see here. There we go. Let's see here. Advanced group. There we go. No.
Yay!
There we go. Okay, at least they both move together. The heck? I don't
Sometimes.
understand.
Just getting further and further away.
And this here, ladies and gentlemen, is a model of the planet you're. Oh, excuse me. The moon Io orbiting the planet Saturn or something like that.
Yeah, just way out there. And oh, look, it's back.
Actually, no, I take that back. It's more like Halley's Comet.
Oh yeah, that feels a little bit more on. All right. So, as you enter the throne room, I hope your morning and afternoon of interviews was enjoyable.
Oh, most definitely, your sire.
So, what do you think of my daughter Kenya?
What's that?
The
That was
one
the
that you
last
didn't.
one.
That Kenya was the one that you didn't interview.
Shadow
Well.
goes, she was lovely.
Skygazer.
Well,
Skygazer, I believe you're up for this one.
yes, I'm afraid I am. Well, Your Highness, I do find you, Kenya to be, a very, how what should I say? Yeah. She's very much her own person. Got quite the, she has quite the taste for the fine arts, and I would dare say she definitely has the lovely finesse of painting down.
I'll Ezra, do you want to tweak your mic or something? I think something got bumped.
It's possible.
There we go.
Aha.
Anyway,
Did we lose all?
I knew my earbud placement could be. Okay.
still
Anyways.
there? Are you still there, Carl?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
Oh, okay, his light isn't there. It says DM, Panzer, Skygazer, and then
Yeah, you're not
Oh,
in
wow.
roll 20.
I'm on roll 20.
Oh.
there you are.
Ta-da!
Oh, I just clicked back on the tab. Okay, that's weird.
Wait,
Fascinating.
really? That is fascinating. Not gonna lie.
All right. So the thing is, considering all of my daughters, I believe that this would be the best developmental situation for Kenya.
Hmm. Is it perhaps, if I may, Your Majesty, is it perhaps to get her to come out of her shell more, so to speak?
She's already out of her shell enough. The problem is she has been here so long she feels that she has to do extravagant things to hold her own identity.
Ah. Hmm.
We have selected one.
Which one might that be?
Shadow clone. Not your daughter.
You just gotta go ahead and get awkward.
Yeah, we found a maiden in the streets. We're gonna take her instead.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ooh.
At a game, I totally forgot her name. I know it's long and hard to say.
And she has a dragon.
Eowyn Dango.
Eowyn Dingo.
Yeah.
I
I'll
should
just go
just think
ahead
of the.
and there, put that up on the screen for you guys.
Yeah. That one.
Well, you obviously tried to pick the most valuable of my daughters. Her insight politically has been extremely advantageous. I'm afraid, I will I will have to drive a very hard bargain for dowry on this one.
I see.
What does Hutan say? Hutan, is that acceptable?
He leans over to the others of you and he says, I was honestly hoping for a few thousand horses, a few caravans of wealth, and probably 500,000 gold pieces.
Is that a good amount of dowry?
For a princess across kingdoms, that would be an acceptable offer. But if he's going to drive a hard bargain, the dowry is going to go down. Outside of game, you basically, the way dowries work, because I don't know if many of you are familiar with how a dowry works.
Of course.
A dowry would actually be paid from the father of the daughter to the family of the son. Basically, this is for taking my daughter off my hands and making sure that she's cared for.
I see.
So the
So
king,
basically what he's doing...
Hutan, is setting his price at 500,000 gold pieces, a legion of horses, and about 3 or 4 caravans of various wealth. Hutan is saying that's about the average value of a princess's dowry. That being said, the king has already implied that he's going to drive a very hard bargain, which means the dowry will be much less than that for negotiating for her.
If I were to make a fair assessment, I'd say it would maybe... He would probably be starting at 200,000 gold pieces instead of about a fifth. And that's being generous at that point, I would say. If I'm not mistaken.
We have chosen.
Mhm.
Who does the negotiation for the dowry?
I will be doing negotiation for the dowry. They're my daughters,
Yes.
after all.
And?
I offer you 50,000 gold pieces, 500 horses, and a caravan of various wealth.
Mm-hmm.
As you can tell, Iwendango is extremely precious to me.
Yes, but wouldn't more mean better for her?
Are you implying that Zeketh does not have the wealth to take care of my daughter?
Panzer.
Yes.
Because he's already giving away so precious a... Let's put it, if I may, to put this in a bit more of an easier to understand package for my friend here. Panzer, it's like the gemstone is like the centerpiece of your payment, right? And then you have these other, like you have this priceless gemstone in the center, and you have all these other little gemstones around it. Basically, what he's saying is the priceless gemstone we have chosen is so priceless that it's basically, you don't need a lot of extra little ones around it to get the price of, say, a much less priceless gemstone to get the equivalent price of a other gemstone collection. It would be basically if the okay, if the price of his daughter is that high already, then he is going to be giving less of a dowry if we had chosen a much less valuable daughter, he would have given more of a dowry because that princess was, quote unquote, less precious in terms of his political power and his wealth.
Oh, okay.
That is how that works here.
At the same time that you're explaining all that, Hutan has a concerned look on his face as the few of you have, circled around each other to converse about this. Hutan, he looks concerned and he says, I understand the advantages of picking the right daughter for this marriage, but remember this is a negotiation for political means. At the same time, 50,000 gold pieces is an insult. I would sooner go with a different daughter rather than be insulted or take back to my king such a measly amount for an alliance of peace between nations. I would resign my post.
What kind of look does he have on the king?
Roll an observance check. With a 9, he's hard to read.
Sounds about right.
He has a stern, kingly demeanor. He's kind of leaning over on the side of the chair, face propped up by one hand, just waiting. He's used to long, arduous debates and waiting for politics to unfold. And he's an elf, so he has all the time in the world. A day is like an afternoon, is like a few minutes of a conversation to a human or any other shorter-lived species.
Yep. Okay.
So when he,
We probably.
so it's an insult. I say out loud.
You do. Hutan did say this in a whisper. Are you specifically saying it loud enough for the king to hear it?
Yes.
Perhaps we should choose a different daughter, Hutan says a little bit louder.
I came here to pick the best one. For the king. I will not get second best. Plus, with her insights, she's worth it.
I don't understand what it is you see in her. She just seemed like she wasn't all there.
I see things unseen.
What about the other two of you? Looking at Oliver and Skygazer.
The only reason we wouldn't choose the youngest one would be because of how the quote-unquote awkwardness that may result. However, that's not necessarily totally possible at the same. I mean, it is a concern for sure.
I mean, there are other daughters that the king would like to wed off to the prince as well. He brought up Kenya immediately. Yes. You didn't even.
He did.
You didn't even interview here. Perhaps ask what he will give for a dowry for Kenya. The only thing we know about her,
we've already chosen.
Panzer, I think it might be prudent or wise for us to consider an alternative.
Remember,
With that being said,
Panzer, this is politics. This requires compromise so that the greater good can be found for everyone. Not everyone is always 100% satisfied, and usually when one side is 100% satisfied, there is a great majority of people who are unsatisfied.
mhm. Actually, no, I do apologize, Hudan. I realized I may have made a bit of an error when going into this. I never did ask what either party wanted out of this whole ordeal. I guess,
Political
what is
marriage-
Zekith looking out of this?
The political marriage isn't just about peace. Due to the split up between Zakolia and Zekith 300 years ago, Zakolia had an enormous amount of the wealth, and it controls the trade routes, with tariffs and trade being blocked by Zakolia for the last 300 years. Our country is slowly going bankrupt. This is a monetary marriage as well. We are trying to overcome tariffs and resupply the royal treasury. That is why the purse of gold or platinum that I brought was only 500 strong.
I lean down.
Any other ambassador 500 years ago would have carried an entire chest of platinum and an entourage.
I lean down.
I see.
She's a seer. She will know things that will happen before they happen.
And
If
you
worry
think
about coffers like that, she will be able to make coffers like that.
you're saying we
She'd
sell
be able
off the advice of our queen to other nations?
No, for your benefit.
You need to understand, Panzer, that we don't have enough export in our own country. We deal in slaves. Knowledge, information, such as architecture, sciences. A religious seer isn't going to help us. It is against our very laws and nature, and for the one country in the world to have a seer,
It's
all
not
of
a
a sudden,
religious seer.
how are you going to explain it to the rest of the world then?
Mhm.
She didn't even seem like a seer to me, except for the fact that maybe she gathered some intelligence ahead of time and happened to know what it was that each of you particularly liked to have. She had to offer you food. Anyone could have easily seen last night at dinner that you are a glutton. Panzer, your friends have been shopping around at bookstores as the few weeks that we've been traveling in and through Leon. It is easy enough for spies to watch you and
Yes.
wait.
Do you
Mhm.
know what a dragon is?
Panzer.
Bhutan, do you know what a dragon is?
I know plenty well what a dragon is. I
Have you seen one?
No, I have not.
Because you were in a daze.
I was
There
in
was a
no
dragon
daze.
right in front of us.
I was
We were
conscious for
talking.
the entire meeting.
Skygazer, were you conscious?
Yes, I was.
Olive,
I know exactly what happened.
Yeah, I was conscious.
you were not conscious. Neither were the
Oh,
guards.
Oh, I wasn't?
No,
I
no,
kn-
talking to Bhutan.
I need a charisma check against Hutan.
I am not in the wrong. You look like you're in a thong.
Okay.
My word.
Remember,
26.
you're doing it against a politician here. Let me see here.
Still a 26.
Oh, you lucky son of a gun.
Huh. Yeah, that would be.
You beat
That
him
would
by
make my life easier.
4,
Whoa.
and he rolled a 2.
Dang.
Let's just say this, Panzer. My king sent me with a couple of expectations. A substantial dowry, and a daughter to bring peace between nations and overcome tariffs and trade disputes. You seem more interested in the greater good and morale rather than what my king has sent me here to look for.
I came for the best.
Okay.
Sometimes the best is not exactly what we always need. Sometimes we need to make do with the right tool for the right purpose. Now, that being said, ultimately you and your friends are the matchmakers. I am merely the voice of the king. If you make this choice, when I return back to Zeketh, I will be at the very least resigning my position, if not losing my head along with it. Good day. I will leave you to negotiate with His Royal Highness. And he turns and walks out of the royal chambers.
All right.
I should delete his character. Oh,
It's okay. I just covered him.
I'm just hearing it. Shh. Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
Anywho,
I'm sorry to throw so many wrenches in it, guys, but I had to do something to make all this politics worth it. The role play.
Charisma check.
no, definitely.
For what precisely?
I'm asking for an increase on the dowry.
Okay. Why don't you make a suggestion in the situation rather than just automatically asking for a charisma check?
Yeah.
I would say that would be too low.
Okay. No. Okay. Here. You know what, Panzer? Let
Yes.
me handle this. Okay.
Go.
So let me reiterate what we just heard. King Leon, you were saying that the dowry, your current offer on the dowry was it 500 horses, a caravan's worth of wealth, and what was it? 50,000 gold pieces. Is that correct?
You have a good memory.
Wonderful. So, on the one hand, I can definitely see where you're coming from with the with how you value your daughter so highly, and I understand that information and insight are very key resources, very valuable, in fact. However, Seketh is also concerned about other forms of wealth, and I think a decent, larger size dowry, maybe say increase the gold count to 100,000, and then maybe increase the horse count to 1,000, and maybe 3 caravans of wealth.
Acceptable.
If wealth is a question of situation, dowry is too small.
Yes, you would be correct, wouldn't you?
Perhaps hear my counteroffer.
Mm-hmm.
Kenya is my choice for who would be married in this situation for her betterment.
Mm-hmm.
I, as a father, care about that.
Mm-hmm.
I will offer 2 million gold pieces, 10 caravans of wealth, and 10,000 horses of the High Elven Empire.
Mm-hmm.
Should you marry off Kenya in this proposal? Outside of game, I need each of you to roll a knowledge check. Panzer, you have advantage on this check.
Don't worry,
Simply
I got you. I
because
got a
of
26.
okay. Skygazer was a 21. Oliver was a 26. Advantage of 11. Okay, Panzer, you're oblivious. Sorry, it's below the 13 mark for
No, you're fine.
success.
You're fine.
Oliver, you with your elven background, and Skygazer with your background in, human and the human tendency of trade. High elven horses are like the Arabian horses of today. They're the best known in the world, and the fact that he's offering 10,000 Arabian horses, this guy wants to marry off this daughter. This is a loving father trying to do what's best for his family, and he's willing to pay any price. That being said, that is the information that you gather from that price tag.
Yep. And unfortunately, we're not just dealing with a price tag, we're also dealing with another human being in the middle of this transaction. Yay!
Yep, it sucks, but welcome to roleplay in D&D, where the encounter cannot always be hacked and slashed.
And politics. Oh, wait.
I had to work hard to make it good.
No, this is good. Actually, it's almost, I mean, I would put this almost as high up as like watching Log Horizon stuff, politics and
Oh,
whatnot.
wow, that's a compliment.
Almost. It's getting up there. Anyways.
Waiting for the new season.
It already dropped.
Well, season 4.
Did it?
Season 3 has been out for a year now.
Yeah,
for 2 years, actually.
Okay, I haven't.
But season 4, if and when they drop season 4, that'd be huge.
That's what I'm waiting for.
But yeah, anyways, back to the game.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I love Log Horizon. I'm rewatching it for like the 4th time.
Same.
Anywho.
She doesn't want it.
No, she doesn't. I turn to Panzer and Oliver and kind of just, can I confide in you for a minute?
Sure.
Yeah, go on.
Okay. So this is my dilemma. You see, I did tell Kenya, in my conversation with Kenya, I did tell her that I respect the fact that people are free and they have a right to their own decisions and choices. And that, as it was within my power, I would help her with that. However, I do have the power, in a way, but at the same time, well, I guess I'm kind of stuck in a rock and a hard place. Do I try and honor my promise to her as much as possible, or do I honor the loving decision of a father? Unfortunately, this is hard for me because, in a way, it's both for family, although I am leaning towards Leon's side. Despite what I have told Kenya. And I probably should not have been making promises I could not keep. That would be my fault one day. I guess, what are your thoughts?
You know where I stand.
I do know your stand, Panzer.
She wants it, too.
I know.
And I'll remind you. She said, and I quote, Living a life as an old grandma could be worse than some other ends. She initially started the conversation with saying that she would rather not spend her life being the odd grandma on the fringes. So
Yes.
it is not exactly what she wants, but she's more amiable than other persons that are available. So you get the idea that
Name.
because her familiar trusts you, she is a little bit more amiable. But her personally, she doesn't want to be married off like this.
Okay.
So
Yep.
that's just the hints that I'm trying to give you, because it's not like, oh yes, she's great to be married. I don't want you to overlook the fact that it was not her first choice. There are a number of the daughters here that it was their first choice to get married off into another situation, but they would have been very bad for the overall political standing, even though they may have worked out in the long run for a decent marriage politically, peace-wise, etc. There's no right answer to this question. There's no wrong answer to this question. Every single one of the 13 choices are an answer. It's just like you got like 5 different stat bars, and where one may be really high, all the others are really low.
I mean, there was
So-
one bad choice. But let's be honest, there was one bad choice.
That is your opinion, but I literally wrote all 13 of these to be a potential right answer and
Yeah.
a potential wrong answer. I completely left it up to the player's goals.
Yep. And just to be clear on something, Panzer, I didn't have one bad answer. In my opinion, it would have been like, I think 6 or 7 of them, honestly, in my opinion, would have been bad, or at
Yeah.
least not very good. And the other 8, or not 8, the other 6 are just, they were either up there or
Right.
Like literally, you guys have already written off Lindissa Milando, the lesbian.
Yep.
She would have actually been overall a really good choice for her personal beliefs, even though she would have had to bear children for a political marriage. After her husband died, she would have continued on as a non-ruling queen and still been happy with her handmaid. She would have literally been a political tool and then lived the rest of her life happy. That's the level of, she didn't want it, but it would have still worked out. Just as an example.
Right.
But
Right.
that's because
But now we're in a situation.
The only reason I give you that example is because you've already 100% written her off.
Yep.
I didn't.
Our
wanna do
characters
that to her.
have.
Yeah. We didn't want to do that to her.
Right. So now we're literally down to the dragon girl that Panzer personally has selected, and then we're got the one that Skygazer has a bit of a personal connection with. Go figure.
Now,
Okay.
you have not brought up Nettie to the king yet. I will say that. The king has brought up Kenya.
True. Mm-hmm.
And Aleph Stain actually, personality-wise, matches up with Zeketh the most out of all of the princesses. But she does have her wicked side. The one that...
Are we talking about?
The one that you interviewed first last session, who
Yep.
was all
The
about
arena
the
lady.
gladiators and the bloodshed and the domination. She for
Yeah.
the most part, personality-wise, already aligns with what Zeketh currently is.
But that's not going to take it anywhere in a new direction. It's just going to leave it stagnant. And because she lives so long, it's going to stay that way for a long time.
Exactly. So
that was part of the reason why she wasn't my first choice, even from Skygazer's perspective. Whew. Sorry, I feel like Shiro now. Anywho. Oh crap, where are my glasses?
I don't know where yours are, but mine are on my desk right in front of me.
All right.
Anywho.
Wait, if that's the case, I need you to put the glasses on and push them up a little bit so that the light glares against them. Time to get serious.
All right, I'm getting serious. I'm gonna seriously sit back and listen to you guys debate it. Which princess you're gonna try to, bargain for next?
Oh,
I could
no.
literally get up
Okay.
from my chair, put in my headphones so I could still listen, go to the bathroom, cook a meal, and then come back, and you guys would still probably be going.
Okay.
Which
Yeah,
is not a
it's
problem.
9:30.
It's political. If you guys have to carry it over into next session, that's fine.
Yeah.
But you got 30 minutes
Um,
until we're done for the night, unless you guys really want to stay up late.
Do you want
Yeah.
to try again on increasing?
Let's see now. I could, but I get the feeling that she is not someone he wants to give away. So I'm afraid I'm gonna have to say I don't think we're gonna be getting her at a reasonable price, and that is in Zeka's favor anyway. Oh, in the favor of Zeka, that is. So with that being said, we have Kenya, and then there's say Nettie, which outside of it being awkward, potentially.
Another thing I wanted to mention, just because you guys had to deal with 13 different girls, even
Mhm.
though Hakona did seem very, very heavily aligned with Yanashari because of the smell she emanated,
Mhm.
she had a huge connection with wealth.
I did notice. I kind of noticed that.
So then
Because she was bribing us.
she was bribing
basically.
you, but she also seemed to have enough connections with wealth that, since that has come up, that is still another viable option.
Mm-hmm.
Can we ask for recess?
Sure.
I'm asking the group.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I'm sorry. In game or out of game, are you asking
In-game.
the rest of the party whether or not they want to talk to the king about more time to talk to themselves?
Yes, I would like to leave this room.
Okay.
I agree. We need to get Hudan in on this a little bit too. He kind of
Yes.
left.
I'm gonna go talk to the princess.
Which one?
The
Very
dragon
well.
lady.
I will see the rest of you again tomorrow.
Very well. Have a good night, sir.
Thank you for your time.
He waves his hand. The next diplomats are brought in from wherever they are.
Yep.
And for the sake of, I'm going to just change to the page where it's the view of the entire city.
That's fine.
Okay.
There you go.
Do we see Hutan? when we leave?
You are able to find him on the balcony outside. Just go ahead and delete that. So
I walk up to him. I'm like, all right, we've chosen.
So I'm still under a death sentence?
Yes.
Panzer, we did not choose anyone yet. I want to make that clear.
I'm just messing with you, Hutan.
No, right now we have an alternative.
He immediately he moves over and whispers into one of the guard's ears, and the guard nods, walks away, and you may continue your conversation.
Okay. All right.
What was that about?
Some
Privacy.
stress relief from you.
What do you mean?
None of your business.
Yes.
It has to do with
Anyways.
me. Of course, it's my business.
Panther, that's not how that works. Yes. Anyways. Okay, so there is the king produced a counter offer. I confronted him and was going to ask about an increase in the dowry for Eowyn.
Dragon Lady.
Eowyn Dango.
Eowyn Dango, yes. And then he countered-offered with having Kenya instead at a whopping 2 million gold price tag, along with an extreme, what was it? I think it was like 20,000 horses and
10,000
I forget how many
high
caravans.
elven horses and 10
10,000,
caravans of
yeah.
wealth.
That's what.
10
Thank you.
And when you unload that price, he sits down.
Now,
Are you okay?
That's the one that we decided to not interview, correct?
that is the
Yes.
one,
Due
and
to
unfortunately, well, there was some of that. It was actually more of a chance coincidence, yes, unfortunately.
That would be the exact opposite of what I was already preparing myself to go home to for His Majesty. That would be an accomplishment beyond what I was sent to do.
So I'm going to do this. I'm actually going to go and find Kenya and speak to her personally, see if there's any way I can. I probably will not be able to ease the blow. I just want to let her know that, because, well, like I said, we do have I have a personal connection with her now that is getting in the way of things, and like it or not, I am going to do what I can to alleviate it, though it probably will not happen. And
You
then
wanna by yourself?
it might be best. With that being, I don't know. Since she has no connection with the rest of you. I mean, unless.
I'm good at talking with ladies.
Yes, but not the kind of talking I would like to do.
Well, let's be honest, she does look a little odd. But the fact that she looks a little odd doesn't mean that it would be a bad match for His Highness the Prince. She does not seem,
No.
from what I have heard, to have any religious affiliations, and she holds a few things in common with His Highness. That being
Bhutan,
said,
can I ask
she
you a
would
question?
have been one of the choices I would have suggested.
Bhutan, I have a question.
Correct.
Yes.
Not exactly how sure this would pan out, but I'll give you my idea. My idea is to talk to the other princess, as well as the other one, the dragon princess.
The other princess.
I mean, we could talk about. We could talk about the youngest princess while we're at it.
Would telling her how small her dowry is would there be a chance for her to raise that, talking to her father, saying it's too small?
I don't think that works.
If I remember correctly, she did say she was not originally inclined to the arranged marriage. And if she found out how small her dowry was, chances are good she would be more inclined to stay. A large portion of the dowry usually goes to the princess's own personal comfort.
Right.
Even though there is a large percentage of it that goes to the kingdom, such as the gold.
Yep.
The caravan usually, depending on what's in it, goes to the princess's comfort, tapestries, furniture, items and possessions that go into her wing of the castle. The gold is usually split between the princess's care and extravagant whatever they decide to spend it on, and the other half typically goes towards the treasuries. The horses are most definitely a gift on top towards the kingdom.
But why do they want this other princess to go so badly, though?
Kenya is to my understanding, Kenya wants to go back to Zeketh, more out of a father's personal concern for her, rather than this being any particular political situation. With that being said, just from the sounds of things, she does have some, like Hudan was already saying, there are some commonalities between her and the prince. And even though she doesn't...
I do need to jump in there because the way you phrased the beginning part of that might have been confusing to the others. The
Okay, right.
king is wanting Kenya to go to expand her horizons and get her out of the area of her comfort zone where she feels compelled to be extravagant in order to gain attention. Kenya does not wish to get into the marriage. She wants to stay in her own comfort zone. She's not comfortable with change. And she has, from your experiences, at least through Skygazer's experiences with her and her exemplification at the ball last night, she is an oddball. She is a freak amongst the court, wearing bones. She looks like a pagan witch. In the rest of the situation, basically you get the idea that the king is trying to get her out of that comfort zone so that she doesn't have to feel so extravagant and she can just be herself. Her real passion is art. From what you found from Skygazer's, original conversations with her. And that's actually, interestingly, something that she has in common with the prince.
What the DM just said.
Sorry. I wanted to not let confusion and misunderstanding take a route where you guys, ended up with something that you didn't want.
No, that's fine. I struggle to communicate still to this day. Anyways.
Like, yes, that offer the king made is nice for her, but I don't want to force it upon her to do something she doesn't want to do. I'm out of that one. My vote is not for that.
I would agree. I would be inclined to agree. That is why I wish to converse with her at least one more time before we make a final decision on this. So if you'll pardon me.
Panzer wants to hit something.
Come here, big boy. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Wait a minute.
All I can hear in my head is, prepare your anus.
I just bend over, seductively, like, put it in, big boy.
Lily just looking at you from underneath, she's like, no.
Why don't you do it to me then?
And I'm like, I'll be off to go find the Princess Kenya. Have a nice evening.
Oh God.
Maybe not. Hudan, you might want to clear the premise.
That was
I'm
obviously
off.
shadow cloned.
Yes, of course it was.
So the group disperses, I guess. Panzer, where do you go and what do you do? Just a quick overview, because
yeah, I'm gonna go talk to Dragon Lady.
Okay. Oliver, what are you going to do?
What am I going to do?
Yes.
Oh man.
Where are you going? Just a general idea of what you were going to do.
I'm gonna go fuck all the maids, shadow clones.
Lily kill you.
With Lily in my
Lily's shadow clone kills all your shadow clones.
Oh my God.
Anyway, in seriousness.
I don't know actually.
You do have a new book.
Oh, I do, but I've been wanting to work on my suspension system for so long.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do that.
All right, so you go back to the inn with the cart and everything, and the suspension and everything. So you're alone doing that.
I had the blueprint set all out already. I just need to
materials and whatnot.
Yeah.
Okay. That being said, due to the nature of how things have gone down this evening, and how much each person has gotten to interact and have something to do with the situation. Skygazer, I'm going to put your conversation off until next session with the princess.
Okay.
And Panzer, your conversation with Awendango is going to be put off to next session as well. Oliver, you and Lily both get back to the inn. You grab your blueprints. You're able to start getting materials together. Lily assists you by running errands and purchasing things with the party funds or your own funds that you need as you start assembling things. Go ahead and give me a starter dexterity check for the crafting.
Okay. Don't fail me now. It failed me.
Ow.
That was anticlimactic.
Okay. So you are in a state of the cart is up on its stilts. It's up on cinder blocks, kind of. All the wheels are off. The suspension has been torn apart. Bolts have broken as you're disassembling things, so now you have to get more things to repair it.
Yay.
And Lily has been in and out running errands for you.
Oh, poor Lily.
As you are sitting there up to your elbows in grease, rust, wood splinters,
Oh, yummy.
various cuts and bruises on your arms and fingers. Your shirt, the tattered brown, temporary shirt that you were purchased by Lily is hung up over there in the corner, and you just have your human skinny body, basically covered in soot, sawdust, and, everything else. You're the
Sounds
mechanic
amazing.
working on his old Jeep. You hear a knock at the entrance to the stables
Cart?
where your cart area is.
Oh.
You're
okay.
currently up underneath the wagon trying to, reassemble at least part of the suspension with the new upgrades. It's not exactly going well. You turn a bolt and you get rust in your eyes.
Oh, lovely.
You hear the
I
knock.
look at. Hello?
Oh, there you are. I guess I'll come down there to you. Your mother climbs under the wagon with you.
Aww.
What the fudge? Have you been working on your Donald Duck impersonation?
That was like a mixture of Gollum,
Whoa!
and Daffy Duck, and
That's if
Ooh.
That's if Donald Duck was Smeagol from Lord of the Rings. If Disney remade the show.
I heard
I could
Smeagol
see that too. Disney buys out Lord of the Rings. My precious.
I don't know how I made that fucking noise. I just got really excited and it's like shrieked a little bit. And I'm like, oh, I'm making that weird noise. I'm continuing it.
Okay.
sounded like you're having maybe not a brain aneurysm, but
getting close.
oh, I know.
She's wearing
Oh,
a
man.
cloak. She's obviously concealing who she is to the public.
Okay. So I'm gonna keep quiet about our conversation
Oh.
then.
You seem to be having difficulties. Is there any way I can help?
Can you hold this flashlight right here and hand me that wrench over here?
She grabs the lamp that you've got a light potion in at the moment, and she's angling the mirror. She hands you the wrong wrench, though.
Wrong wrench.
This one?
I don't know. Is that the right one?
Is it? I don't know. You're the mechanic.
Is it the right one?
I'm giving you opportunity to role play here, Carl. You decide.
I grab it, put it up to the thing. Does it fit?
It fits.
Yes.
You get more rust in your eye.
Wow.
She just licks your fingers and wipes it off your face.
Aww.
Oh man. Oh, thank you. Fuck.
Does he get to re-roll now that he has help?
Sure. Go ahead. Roll with advantage. Dex check with advantage. 18. It's starting to work. You still need more materials because of the crap roll before, but Lily's on a shopping run.
Oh man.
No problem.
No problem. I kind of just like look over to her like, so, how you doing?
Just the ratchet in the background. I wanted to apologize for last night.
No problem.
It really made a scene.
I didn't get caught, so.
What a great thing to say to your mom.
Yeah, no kidding.
It's all right. I didn't get caught.
I know it. This is all confusing for you. But hey, I got to swim into a volcano last night too.
I dreamt about it.
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
I dreamt about it.
No, I couldn't hear you again.
I dreamt about it.
Whoa.
About the volcano.
There were only little bits here and there.
Oh. Okay.
I've only had one other dream in my life where she kind of sets the lantern down and she just kind of lays on her back and stares at the bottom of the wagon.
I'll just stop what I'm doing and do the same.
I'm not capable of having children.
I kind of just like pat myself. I don't know what you're talking about.
I never was. I got desperate. I went to every temple in every city that I ever went to. Cult. I even prayed at some demon shrines. Nothing ever changed. One night, I dreamt of a storm. And a woman
Top of a mountain?
in that storm told me that I could have a child, but only to borrow. Eventually, the time would come when the storm would take my child back. The agreement that though I could raise you and call you my own, you never really belonged to me. And that if I ever interfered, and tried to claim you as my own, you would die. So that's why I stood silent the day that they sent you away. I wanted to come with you. I wanted you to be safe. I love you, Oliver. I really do. 200 plus years that I spent being your mother were the best 200 years of my life. I know you made mistakes. People could have gotten hurt, but I still love you.
Hold back saying so many things right now.
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault.
At least I can come to visit you without anyone knowing who you are.
Yeah.
Now I'll keep an eye out for you. And I brought some things.
I like gifts.
I kept a list of the things that you kept asking for allowances for when you were younger, so I brought you a few things and a couple extras. But I had them sent up to your room. And since you don't look like yourself anymore, you can come visit. I'm not 100% sure how your father would feel, so go ahead and use your other name that you introduced yourself with. Whatever it was.
It's Monroe.
Okay. You look good with blonde hair. She reaches over and she gives you a big hug.
I'll hug her back. You should really look at this new thing I made, though. It's called dynamite, and it's a bigger explosion than what I usually make.
Gosh.
That sounds terrifying. Maybe not here in the city.
I have 6 of them strapped to one spear for our ballista I made.
Ballista. She shoots up in shock and hits her head on the bottom of the wagon. What are you? Have you just gone total destruction since you left home?
That's been a great influence.
I mean, the best thing that you came up with before was headache medicine. Now you're intentionally blowing things up?
Well, I have to fight big things. There's a lot of big bad things out there. Also, like, even I like start pulling out my potions of like stat stuff. Like, this helps with like, your agility. This helps with your strength. And I'm like, yeah.
She pops open one. Yeah, that might help with masculinity, I suppose. Corks it back up and waves it back and forth across her face.
It has a picture of me on the front of the glass.
Just flexing.
Oh my god.
I totally see that.
Oh my.
Oh dear.
So, for the sake of you spend the next couple hours until it gets dark out and she has to go back to her rooms.
Okay.
You're working
Does
on the
Lily see
wagon.
her though?
Lily doesn't make it back in time.
Oh. Some long shop runs.
Yeah, some of the items are harder to find than others.
True.
But anyway, it's 9:57, and I think that is an appropriate spot to stop for the night. And I will have a list for you next week, Oliver, of what you find as far as items in your room.
I had to stop myself from saying so many inappropriate things and just interrupting and making jokes when you're doing that serious thing. I'm like, no, I can't fuck this up, me. Talking all emotionally. Don't fuck this up, me. No.
Good job, Carl. Good job.
It's in the items, by the way, Joe. The brass button.
Mm-hmm. What?
It's actually in the items
Okay.
that we have.
Yeah, that's fine.
So like
you-
when
if
you
you
guys say
need, I
like I
can move-
love you, Oliver, I was just about to say, oh, I love you too, Joe.
That would have completely ruined the mood. I try really hard to do these role plays. I put myself in their mental position. Do not take advantage of my vulnerability for that.
Like I did. I stopped myself. I'm like, no. I forget. Like
Anywho.
she was talking about something else about making or doing stuff, and I was like, yeah, you should like look out, try out, look at my dynamite. But I was like, I'm gonna wait to say that because it's still going emotional.
The timing, though, when you did do it, it was perfect.
It was good.
Yeah, by the way, I make dynamite.
Hey, Mom, look what I did. Look what I did. Look what I did. That's 100% what it was.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Exactly.
I built
Oh,
some village with this stuff. Not.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I know most of the session was a drag for some people, looking at you, Carl. But that's why I chose that particular
We're
scene to
self-entertained, don't
bring
worry.
in the end for you.
Mm.
So
Yeah,
I
keep myself
didn't want to
entertained.
save it till next week with more political talk to the princess stuff. So
I know politics. Ugh, am I right?
anywho,
Question, is the timekeeper's piece set to max?
yeah, it's currently still set to max.
Okay, just double checking.
Okay.
Just going through our items that I totally forgot about.